Section 1. The nuclear power plant and the poison that built Springfield. Go ahead and get comfortable. Pull the blanket a little closer. Let your shoulders drop. Let your jaw unclench. You don't have to hold anything together right now. Whatever was pulling at you today, whatever you were turning over in your mind on the drive home, or in the shower, or at the kitchen table after everyone else had gone quiet, you can set all of that down for a while. Tonight, we're going somewhere familiar. Somewhere you've been before, probably many times, though perhaps not quite like this. A small American town with a nuclear power plant on a hill and a yellow family on Evergreen Terrace and a Quick Mart at the corner and a bar called Moe's and a school where the same fourth grade class has been sitting in the same wooden desks for 36 years without the teacher finding that unusual. We're going to Springfield, and we're going to stay a while. There's no rush here tonight. No dramatic music swelling to pull you back to attention. No sudden twist engineered to startle you awake. Just a quiet voice moving slowly through some of the most carefully constructed, most beautifully hidden mysteries in the history of American animated television. Mysteries that the show placed across nearly 800 episodes over more than 3 decades, in plain view, trusting that the warmth of the jokes would carry most viewers past them without stopping to add everything up. Some of these theories will change how you see a show you've watched your whole life. Some will settle into you with that specific gentle quality that comes when something familiar turns out to have been holding something heavier and stranger all along, when the thing you thought you knew reveals a depth you hadn't expected. And some will just drift over you as the night does what it does. That's perfectly fine. That's exactly what this is for. The Simpsons first aired on the 17th of December, 1989. It has been running ever since. 36 seasons, 788 episodes at last count. It is the longest-running American animated series, the longest-running sitcom in American television history, the longest-running scripted primetime show the country has ever produced. Numbers like those stop meaning much after a while. They're too large to hold in your mind as anything except abstractions, numbers you nod at and let pass. So try thinking about it this way. There are people alive today, people in their mid-30s with children and mortgages and jobs they've held for years, who have never known a world without The Simpsons. The show was already 9 years old when Google was founded. It predates the commercial internet as most people experience it. It predates smartphones. It was broadcasting continuously before much of its current audience was born, and it has kept broadcasting ever since, running in the background of American life, the way certain things run in the background, like weather and music and the low particular hum that cities make at night when most of the voices have gone quiet. Through all of it, through every cultural earthquake and technological transformation and generational shift, the family on Evergreen Terrace has remained exactly as they were. Bart is still 10 years old. Lisa is still 8. Maggie still has her pacifier and her enormous, patient eyes. Homer still drives to the same nuclear plant every morning. He parks in the same spot, takes the same elevator down to the same underground control room, sits in front of the same glowing console with the same coffee and the same deep, structural indifference to the blinking warning lights that surround him on 3 sides. Marge's blue hair still rises in its impossible vertical tower. Burns still moves through the halls of his mansion in the pre-dawn quiet, attended by Smithers, sustained by treatments that nobody outside his inner circle fully understands. Nobody has aged. Nobody has moved away or retired or changed in any fundamental way that the show has been willing to commit to. And nobody in Springfield, not a single resident of the town, seems to notice that anything about this is unusual. Tonight, very gently, we're going to talk about why that might not be an accident. Let's start with the theory that doesn't try to explain one thing about Springfield. The theory that points at all of the strangeness at once and offers a single source for everything. The Springfield nuclear power plant is mutating the town, not as a dark undertone buried in a writer's room joke that the show maintains plausible deniability about, not as a metaphor for corporate irresponsibility that the writing staff gestures toward and then keeps a careful distance from. As a literal, physical, ongoing process that the show has been constructing evidence for since its earliest seasons, placing that evidence where any attentive viewer could find it, while counting on the rhythm of comedy to ensure that most people never quite stop to add it all together. The evidence, when you compile it, is substantial enough that the real question isn't whether it's happening. The real question is how the show managed to tell you this for 36 years without most of its audience registering it as anything beyond background detail. Here is what we know as direct canonical fact, things the show has stated plainly and never retracted. The Springfield Nuclear Power Plant is a 2-unit pressurized water reactor facility. It is owned and operated by Charles Montgomery Burns. It is the primary source of electrical power for the entire town of Springfield, and also the primary employer and also the primary source of the contamination that runs through everything we're going to talk about tonight. It is, by any reasonable standard of industrial safety, one of the most catastrophically mismanaged facilities in the history of fictional infrastructure. During a surprise safety inspection, the kind of inspection designed specifically to find what management would prefer to keep hidden, examiners documented 342 separate violations. 342. That number is large enough that when the show delivers it, there's a beat of silence around it. Not one or two procedural shortcuts taken in the name of efficiency. Not a handful of aging equipment past its certification date. 342 individual, documented failures to meet the basic requirements that exist to prevent a nuclear facility from poisoning the community around it. The cost to bring the plant up to code was estimated at $56 million. Burns's personal wealth, as established across multiple episodes, extends well into the billions. The remediation cost represented a small percentage of his available resources. He could have paid it. He chose not to. And the reason the show offers, stated directly or implied across the relevant episodes, is that paying for the remediation would require acknowledging the violations existed. Acknowledging they existed would invite questions about what those violations had already done to the people who had been living downwind and downstream for decades. So the violations stayed, not because they were too expensive to fix in dollar terms, because they were too expensive to acknowledge. The specific violations the show has cataloged across various episodes are not regulatory technicalities, not minor paperwork discrepancies or slightly outdated equipment functioning adequately past its certification. Radioactive waste was being dumped directly into bodies of water flowing through Springfield. Not an isolated disposal incident, a practice. Ongoing, routine disposal of radioactive material into the same water supply that the residents of Springfield drink from, bathe in, cook with, and gave to their children without any awareness of what had been added to it. Radioactive waste was also being deposited on public playgrounds, spaces designed specifically for children, contaminated with radioactive material that hadn't been contained, remediated, or even marked as something to avoid. Inside the facility itself, plutonium was being used as a paperweight, not stored in appropriate containers, not secured behind proper shielding, sitting on a desk in casual proximity to anyone who walked into the room, as ordinary as a stapler. Cooling towers had developed structural cracks. These cracks had been addressed not through engineering repairs, but through improvised patching with chewing gum. Deep in the maintenance infrastructure, rats were running through the systems that had become, during their time near the reactor, luminous, glowing. Their bodies so thoroughly saturated with radiation that they emitted visible light as they moved through the dark corridors of the facility. And then there were the skeletons. Human skeletons were found in the basement of the Springfield Nuclear Power Plant. The show presents this fact in the same tone it might use to note a broken handrail. Human remains, in the basement, of an active, operating reactor facility. The bones of people who were in that building at some point and did not walk out of it. No names, no investigation. No attempt to identify them or determine how they got there or notify anyone who might have been waiting for them to come home. The bones are noted on the inspection report as one item among 342 others, and the episode moves on. Nobody in Springfield asks a follow-up question about the human skeletons in the basement of the nuclear plant. The safety inspector whose job it is to prevent all of this from affecting the public is Homer Simpson, a man the show's creator has stated on record has an IQ of 55. A man who, as revealed in a season 12 episode, has had a crayon physically lodged in his brain since childhood, measurably reducing his cognitive function, undetected by every medical professional he has ever seen. A man who falls asleep at his workstation with such regularity that the chair at his console has worn to the specific shape of his unconscious body. A man who, in one canonically documented incident, caused a nuclear event by inserting a donut into the reactor core to see what would happen. That person, That person specifically has been standing between Springfield and radioactive catastrophe for more than 3 decades. The first visible evidence of what the plant is doing to the world outside its walls appears in Season 2. A fish is caught from a river near the plant. The fish has 3 eyes, not one eye with a deformity. 3 separate, symmetrically arranged eyes on a face that biology redirected somewhere it doesn't usually go. The fish is named Blinky. Blinky immediately becomes national news within the show. A gubernatorial candidate running against Burns holds Blinky at rallies as physical evidence that the plant is poisoning the environment. Burns, facing the specific kind of threat that can't be managed with money alone, responds by eating the fish on live television. He chews slowly. He smiles. He swallows. He makes eye contact with the camera. The town watches, finds this vaguely entertaining, discusses it briefly, and moves on. Nobody funds an independent water study. Nobody tests the river. Nobody asks the obvious question, the one that should be so automatic it barely feels like a question at all. If the fish near the nuclear plant have 3 eyes, what is happening to the people who have been drinking the water from that same river for their entire lives? That answer was sitting in the show since Season 8. In an episode called The Springfield Files, Homer encounters a figure in the woods near town that he becomes convinced is an alien. The show builds this with genuine commitment, bringing in FBI agents, building testimony and investigation, letting the tension accumulate before delivering the reveal. And the reveal is not that Homer imagined it. What Homer saw was real. It was Mr. Burns. Burns, it is revealed, undergoes a weekly medical treatment so intensive, so loaded with chemicals and radiation therapy and substances the show implies are not available through conventional channels, that it causes his entire body to emit a visible green glow for hours afterward. The treatment is necessary to keep him alive for exactly 7 more days. Without it, administered on a strict weekly schedule, Burns dies. The margin between his continued existence and its cessation is 7 days. After each session, Burns wanders out of the treatment facility in a dazed, euphoric, barely functional state and moves through the woods near Springfield in the dark. He literally glows in the dark. His body emits light because it is so saturated with radiation that surface containment is no longer possible. And the people of Springfield, seeing this luminous figure in the trees at night, do not think about the nuclear plant on the hill. Their minds do not go to the cracked cooling towers, or the 3-eyed fish, or the radioactive waste in their water. Their immediate assumption is that Homer saw an alien from space, not the man who owns the facility that dominates their skyline and powers every light in their houses. A visitor from another world. That tells you something about the depth of the normalization. The plant has been part of Springfield's landscape for so long, so thoroughly woven into the daily reality of the town, that even its most vivid visible effects have been severed from any connection to it in people's minds. They see a man glowing in the dark and think outer space before they think nuclear contamination. Burns himself is, in this reading, the most extreme exhibit in the show's case for what the plant is doing to living things. He is so saturated with radiation that his body cannot function without ongoing external radiation management. He has, in some biological sense, become continuous with the reactor. He requires weekly dosing the way a reactor requires regulation, and miss one scheduled appointment and the equilibrium collapses. Burns is not surviving through natural processes. He is being maintained. In the Simpsons movie, the contamination scale shifts from chronic background condition to unavoidable foreground crisis. Springfield's environmental situation deteriorates to the point where it attracts the attention of a real federal agency, the Environmental Protection Agency, operating within the show's universe as a genuine government body with legal authority and enforcement capacity, assesses Springfield and reaches a conclusion about what should be done. The conclusion is not remediation. It is not an enforcement action against Burns or the plant. It is not the installation of better oversight or the removal of the contamination sources. The EPA determines that Springfield must be physically sealed under a massive glass dome, contained, walled off from the rest of the country to prevent the contamination inside from spreading outward. The United States government, with all its legal and scientific resources, looked at Springfield and decided the most appropriate response was not to clean it up but to seal it in. The language of that response is not the language of environmental cleanup. It is the language of quarantine, of hazardous material containment. of situations so thoroughly compromised that protecting everyone else requires treating the affected area as something to be isolated rather than restored. Springfield was classified as an environmental hazard to the rest of the nation. And every person who had been living inside that environment, every family on every street, every child who had been drinking that water and breathing that air since they were born, was inside when the dome went up, sealed in, together, with whatever the plant had been doing to them for all those years. Now look carefully at the residents themselves. Homer Simpson. Massive overbite extending beyond the normal range of human jaw structure. Bulging eyes that protrude in a way human eye sockets aren't built to produce. 4 fingers on each hand. A skull shape visible in profile that corresponds to no documented human cranial morphology. An IQ of 55, clinically in the range of significant cognitive disability. A body that absorbs physical trauma at a scale categorically impossible for a normal human being. He has been shot with arrows and bullets. He has fallen from heights that would be fatal. He has been electrocuted to unconsciousness multiple times. He has been struck by cars at speed, caught in explosions, submerged, frozen, burned, and crushed. He has recovered from every single one of these events without permanent physical damage. His healing operates on a scale that doesn't have a human equivalent. His pain tolerance is measured in units that don't apply to people. And he has spent his entire adult working life inside a nuclear facility in proximity to an active reactor core, doing a job whose requirements he is fundamentally incapable of meeting. Marge shares the bulging eyes and the 4-fingered hands. Her hair rises from her head in a blue vertical tower that she has maintained in the exact same shape for 36 years without the show ever establishing what physical or chemical means she uses to keep it there. The tower simply grows upward, as though the rules governing hair don't quite apply within Springfield's boundaries. Marge was employed at the plant herself for a period. She was exposed to the same environment, the same violations, the same proximity to the facility's ongoing leakage. Their 3 children were all born after both parents had already been living inside Springfield's contaminated environment for years. Bart, Lisa, and Maggie entered a world that had already been working on them through their parents' biology before they arrived. All 3 show the characteristic physical markers. The spiky hair that holds its shape without product or explanation. The overbites, the bulging eyes, the 4 fingers, and the yellow skin, which covers every resident of Springfield uniformly and consistently, and does not appear on anyone who arrives from outside the town. This last detail is the one that makes the theory difficult to dismiss with a wave toward art style. When characters from outside Springfield visit, they look different. Not in a minor stylistic way. Their proportions are more consistent with actual human anatomy. Their eyes sit in their faces normally. Their features correspond more closely to realistic human structure. The show draws outsiders with demonstrably more realistic proportions than it draws Springfield residents. The immediate explanation most people reach for is that this is just the art style. The Simpsons looks a certain way. Yellow skin and 4 fingers are the visual language of the show, not a statement about the character's biology. But within the show's own internal universe, there is a visible, observable, consistent physical difference between people who live inside the contamination zone and people who come from outside it. The people inside look different from the people outside. The difference follows the geographic boundary of the contamination. The animals confirm it. Santa's little helper has the same bulging eyes as the humans in his household. Blinky grew a 3rd eye. Springfield's wildlife shows the same physical alterations as Springfield's people, and the show explicitly presents Blinky's 3rd eye as evidence of what the plant's runoff is doing to living things in the surrounding environment. It shows you that evidence and then expects you to believe that the same process has left the humans completely unaffected. The show tells you directly through Blinky that the plant is rewriting biology in its vicinity, and then it expects you to file that information under quirky world building and move forward with the next joke. Burns knows. This is not an interpretive claim. The show makes it explicit across multiple episodes. Burns funds private medical research separate from anything available to Springfield's residents. He employs personal physicians operating outside the town's healthcare infrastructure. He undergoes weekly radiation treatments that his own body has become biologically dependent on. He has, through more than a century of proximity to nuclear material, developed an understanding of what radiation does to biological systems that is more sophisticated than anything available to the general population. He knows this because radiation is what is keeping him alive. He manages his own exposure with the precision of someone who has studied the mechanism from the inside, someone whose continued existence depends on getting the calibration right every week. And because he understands the mechanism from the inside, because he has watched it operate on his own body for over 100 years, he understands what his plant is doing to Springfield. Springfield is his laboratory, not in the sense of a cinematic villain's monologue, in the functional sense of a place where a process is ongoing and observable, and the person who controls the conditions of that process has been watching the results accumulate across decades. Homer's continued employment is the component that most clearly reveals that this arrangement is deliberate rather than accidental. When German investors briefly took ownership of the plant, the first management decision they made was to fire Homer. Before any assessment of operations, before any strategic planning, they terminated the safety inspector. Then they commissioned a remediation cost estimate, and the number nearly bankrupted them. They sold the plant back to Burns quickly and left Springfield. Burns bought it back. He rehired Homer. On the first day he was back in control, he put Homer back in that chair in front of that console. A genuinely competent safety inspector would shut that plant down within a week of honest engagement with what was there to find. A thorough inspector would document the violations, report them to the appropriate regulatory bodies, and trigger an investigation process that Burns would not survive intact. The 342 violations would surface. The radioactive waste in the water supply would surface. The skeletons would surface. Every compromised system and improvised patch and glowing rat would become part of the formal record. Homer ensures that none of it surfaces. Plus, not through calculated corruption or deliberate conspiracy. Through simple, profound, sustained incompetence that Burns has identified as an irreplaceable operational asset, Homer can't see what's wrong with the plant because Homer's brain doesn't work at the level needed to see it. And Homer's brain doesn't work at that level because he has spent his entire adult life inside an environment that has been systematically reducing his cognitive function, eating away at the tissue that might otherwise ask the right questions. The crayon in Homer's brain is the show's most direct acknowledgement of this. In season 12, it's removed, and Homer's IQ rises dramatically. He becomes articulate. He can follow chains of causation. He can see Springfield clearly, and his job clearly, and the gap between the life he's been living and the life that was possible. And what he sees is unbearable. Not because his life is actually terrible, because the distance between what he is and what he could have been is visible to him for the first time. He asks the doctor to put the crayon back, but the episode raises a question it doesn't quite answer. How did a crayon end up lodged in a child's brain without a single doctor in Springfield noticing? Homer saw medical professionals throughout his childhood. He had regular examinations from Springfield's healthcare system. Not one of them identified a foreign object in his skull. If the medical establishment in Springfield is compromised, if the doctors are looking past what they find in their patients because Burns's influence over the town's economy extends to the healthcare infrastructure, then Homer's crayon isn't just a childhood accident. It's a detail that points at something the show can't say in a single clear sentence. The people of Springfield have something wrong with their brains. Something that maintains a specific kind of incuriosity about the things they most need to be curious about. Something that keeps them going to work and coming home and watching television without stopping to ask why the fish have 3 eyes and why their safety inspector has a crayon where his reasoning should be. The radiation theory doesn't explain one mystery about the Simpsons. It explains everything. The characters don't age because their mutated biology has been altered at a cellular level by sustained nuclear exposure. The town resets after catastrophic events because the population's capacity to retain traumatic memory has been compromised by chronic neurological damage. Homer survives things that would kill him because his body adapted to radiation in ways that made him nearly indestructible while devastating his mind. Burns stays alive through treatments that would overwhelm any unmodified human being because he has spent a century building a system for managing his own radiation exposure that nobody else in Springfield can access. And nobody in Springfield questions any of it because the same process that altered their bodies altered the part of their minds responsible for questioning. Springfield is not a quirky cartoon town full of lovable eccentrics. Under this reading, it is a contamination zone. And the plant on the hill, the one that powers their homes and employs their neighbors and funds the economy and provides the income Homer brings back to Marge every week, it is not background detail. It is the source. It has always been the source. Every yellow face and every impossible recovery and every forgotten catastrophe traces back to the same cracked cooling tower and the same invisible leak and the same contaminated water supply that has been quietly, continuously doing its work on the people who drink from it. The Springfield nuclear power plant is not just part of the show, it is the show. And nobody in Springfield will ever figure that out because the plant already made sure they can't settle in a little more. Let your breathing slow down. The ideas don't need to be held in any particular order. Just let them drift wherever they want to go. If you're watching from somewhere comfortable right now, if it's late where you are, if the lights are low and the rest of the house has gone quiet, drop a comment with your location and the time. There's something about knowing where everyone is when they're drifting off together. And if you haven't subscribed yet, now's a good moment. It costs you nothing and it helps more than you might think. Section 2. Homer's Coma and the Dream That Never Ended. Hold everything we just built about the radiation for a moment. The three-eyed fish and the glowing billionaire and the contaminated water, and now place all of it next to a completely different idea. An idea that doesn't contradict the radiation theory exactly, but reframes it, changes where it lives emotionally. What if the radiation theory is accurate, but only inside the mind of a man who has been unconscious since 1993? What if Springfield, as we experience it through the show, all of it, the strange plots and the celebrity visits and the physical impossibilities and the characters who never age and the world that resets with perfect reliability after every catastrophe, what if none of that is a town? What if it's a dream? On the 1st of April 1993, the 18th episode of Season 4 aired. The title was So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show. The premise was a clip show. The framing device was simple. Bart, in the spirit of April Fool's Day, plays a series of escalating pranks on Homer. The final prank involves taking one of Homer's beer cans to an auto body shop, placing it in an industrial paint shaker, and shaking it until the internal pressure has built far beyond what any ordinary can is designed to hold. Homer, unaware, takes the can from the refrigerator and opens it. The explosion sends him to the hospital. There, recovering in a bed with a view of the hallway, Homer notices a vending machine across the room. He wants a candy bar. He gets up. He leans against the machine. It tips toward him and falls. The full weight of it crushes him to the floor. Homer Simpson flatlines. He enters a coma. A real, clinical coma. Not a cutaway to another storyline. Not a dream sequence the show signals with a dissolve in soft focus. Homer is in a hospital bed. The monitors show a flat line. The episode builds a genuine 7-week narrative around the family's vigil. The episode ends with what the show presents as resolution. Bart sits crying at Homer's bedside and confesses tearfully that everything was his fault. Homer wakes up in a single sharp movement and immediately begins strangling his son. The family laughs. Homer laughs, though he says he doesn't understand why. Everything returns to normal. The show tells you he woke up, but in the episode's final moments, something is mentioned and then allowed to sink. During the coma, Homer sustained permanent neurological damage. 5% of his brain function is gone, destroyed, never coming back. Homer learns this and laughs, even though he says he doesn't know why he's laughing. The family finds this charming. The episode ends. The Simpsons continues for 32 more years. Unless Homer never woke up from that coma. Unless what the show presents as Homer opening his eyes and reaching for Bart's neck is the last moment of Homer's conscious life, and everything that follows, every episode from that April 1993 broadcast until right now, is generated by the unconscious mind of a man lying in a hospital bed in Springfield General, dreaming a version of his life that his sleeping brain can sustain indefinitely. This is the Homer coma theory. It is the most discussed, most debated, most thoroughly examined fan theory in the history of The Simpsons. The premise was developed and published in early online fan communities and has never quite faded because it has a quality that most fan theories don't possess. It makes everything else make sense. The evidence falls into several distinct categories, each one reinforcing the others. The most striking is the tonal shift. The Simpsons before the coma episode and The Simpsons after it are, in a meaningful sense, two different shows using the same characters and the same setting. The family is the same, the voices are the same, Springfield's geography is mostly consistent. But the kind of stories the show tells, the scale of the events it depicts, the relationship between the plots, and anything resembling a realistic family situation, that relationship changes completely and permanently in the period immediately following the coma. Before it, the show deals in recognizable human problems. Homer tries to stop drinking and fails and tries again. Marge considers whether her marriage has given her the life she hoped for. Lisa develops a crush on a substitute teacher that breaks her heart the way childhood crushes do. Bart faces the genuine, unpleasant possibility of academic failure. These are everyday struggles. The kind of tension and disappointment and small, hard-won victory that real families experience. Grounded, connected to the actual texture of domestic life. After the coma, the show leaves that territory and never quite returns. Homer goes to space. Not as a fantasy or a dream within the episode. Homer is launched into outer space as a canonical event. Burns captures the Loch Ness Monster. Homer becomes the leader of a vigilante organization. Homer is inducted into a secret society of extraordinary historical significance. Homer discovers his mother has been a federal fugitive for decades. Homer meets God in direct face-to-face conversation twice. Homer travels to dozens of countries. Homer holds hundreds of completely different jobs. Homer befriends and assists celebrities. Homer survives physical ordeals that would kill trained soldiers. The show transforms from a family sitcom with recognizable emotional stakes into something with no consistent relationship with realistic human experience. Less warmth in the domestic details. More spectacle. Less recognition. More event. Long-running fans have noticed this shift for decades. The golden age, the decline, the specific episode or season that marks the transition, these questions have been argued in online spaces since online spaces existed. The coma theory offers a different framing for that debate. The Simpsons didn't decline. Homer's brain got worse. The increasingly surreal, increasingly impossible storylines are not evidence of a writing staff losing its connection to the show's identity. They are evidence of a dreaming mind losing its grip on coherent narrative. As Homer's neurological condition deteriorates over the weeks and months and years he lies unconscious in Springfield General, the dream he generates becomes less coherent, less grounded, more willing to reach for anything that feels like life, even as the details come progressively looser from their moorings. The show got stranger because Homer's brain got worse. The curve of increasing surrealism tracks exactly what you would expect from a brain in gradual, sustained neurological decline. 6 months before the coma episode, in the Season 4 premiere called Homer the Heretic, Homer has a conversation with God. Stated plainly because it needs to be, within the show's canonical universe, Homer Simpson has a direct, in-person, face-to-face conversation with God. The episode presents this as a genuine theological event. God appears. They speak. During the conversation, God tells Homer that Homer will learn the meaning of life. But not yet. He says specifically that Homer's time is coming. 6 months later, Homer is in a coma. That timeline is precise. God told Homer, in direct conversation, that his time was approaching. 6 months after that warning, a vending machine fell on Homer in a hospital room and his consciousness ended. What the show plays as a quirky theological moment in a funny episode about skipping church reads under the coma theory as something more specific. It reads as a prophecy that was fulfilled on schedule. God was telling Homer that his waking life was drawing toward a conclusion. He was being given advance notice that the conscious, sensory, present-tense life in which he drove to work and argued with Bart and came home to Marge was approaching its end. And then it ended, on schedule. 6 months later. The aging problem is the theory's strongest piece of evidence, and it's also the place where it offers something no competing explanation quite manages. Nobody in The Simpsons ages. Bart has been 10 years old for 36 years of real time. Lisa has been 8. Maggie has been an infant since the first episode. Homer and Marge are frozen at their mid-30s regardless of what year the episode airs. Every theory has to account for this. The radiation theory proposes cellular mutation disrupting the aging process. The cartoon logic explanation notes that animated characters in long-running shows don't age as a medium convention. Both of those work as functional explanations, but the coma theory offers something different. Not just an explanation, an emotional reason. Nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of an unconscious man. Homer's brain has no material with which to advance the people it holds. His children are the ages they were when he went under. His wife is exactly the woman she was on the morning before the machine fell. His friends and neighbors are exactly the people they were at that last moment of his conscious experience. The dream can only maintain what it last knew, everyone preserved at their final observed state. This is not a metaphorical description of how the show functions. If the theory is true, it is the literal mechanism. Homer's sleeping mind runs a simulation using the last available data, and the last available data was captured in April 1993. Everything since then is his brain filling in what it cannot actually know with what it needs to be true. The show engaged directly with this theory in season 34. An episode included something presented as a deliberately leaked, deleted scene, a piece of footage circulated as though it had been improperly released, in which Homer wakes up from a long coma, and the camera pulls back to reveal that every outlandish episode was a dream generated by his unconscious mind. The scene was animated fully, written, voiced, complete, a real piece of produced content, and then it was withdrawn, attributed to hackers, labeled a hoax, not a genuine deleted scene, not an acknowledgement, a fake, the show insisted, a prank embedded in the episode's promotional cycle, something that was shown to the audience and then officially did not exist. But producing that scene required the writers to make it, to write the dialogue, to construct the reveal with enough craft that it would circulate convincingly. They built the ending and then denied building it. Executive producer Al Jean addressed the theory in 2015. He said it isn't true. He called it fan speculation. But what he did not address was the tonal rupture after season 4, the aging freeze, God's warning 6 months before, the escalating surrealism of the later seasons, the reset button that erases consequences between episodes. He said it isn't true, and the conversation moved on. The fans did not move on, because the theory does something that no official statement has managed. It makes the complete show make sense. The aging freeze, the tonal shift. The celebrity appearances explained as ambient sounds reaching a hospital room. Homer surviving anything because his body is in a bed and only his mind is in Springfield, and his mind cannot kill him because his mind is telling the story. Here's the place in the theory where it stops being a puzzle and becomes something else. If the coma theory is true, the emotional core of The Simpsons isn't comedy, it's love. Homer's deepest wish is so small and so human that it barely qualifies as a wish. He wants his family. He wants Marge to be there when he turns around. He wants Bart to still be his complicated, maddening, beloved boy. He wants Lisa playing her saxophone. He wants to pick Maggie up. He wants a Friday night on Evergreen Terrace to just keep going, to not end, to not require anyone to say the word goodbye. And in the coma, it does. The dream gives him everything. His family preserved at the ages he last saw them. His children never growing older because he wasn't there to see them grow. His wife exactly as he remembers her. His life at its fullest moment, running on repeat, because the alternative, the world as it actually is, without him present to live it, is something his sleeping mind cannot produce. Homer's coma is not a nightmare. It is the only version of heaven that a man like Homer would ever think to request. A house where the kids are always young and the refrigerator always has something in it and nobody ever has to say goodbye. The coma theory doesn't diminish The Simpsons. It transforms every episode into something more tender than it might otherwise be. Every moment Homer survives something impossible, every time the world resets, every time the family finds its way back to the couch, it isn't convenience. It isn't lazy writing. It's a sleeping man refusing to let the story end. Because if the story ends, the dream stops. And if the dream stops, Homer has to wake up. And waking up means finding out how many years have passed, how old his children actually are, whether Marge is still sitting beside the bed, whether anyone is. The coma theory doesn't need to be confirmed to matter. It needs only to be plausible. And the evidence built into the structure of the show, the aging freeze, the tonal shift, God's warning 6 months before, makes it more than plausible. It makes it feel, in the quiet of a late night, like the most honest explanation anyone has offered for why The Simpsons never ends. Ending would mean waking up, and Homer is not ready to wake up. One more thing before we begin properly. There is a specific quality to the late-night engagement with a thing you know well. The way familiarity and darkness combine to produce a different kind of attention than daylight allows. You stop skimming. You stop processing at the surface level that efficiency requires. You allow yourself to notice what you usually move past. That's what we're doing tonight. Not analyzing The Simpsons in the mode of a dissertation or a critical review, sitting with it in the dark, letting it become the thing you hold in your hands at the end of a day when your hands need something to hold. The theories we're going to follow are real, in the sense that they are built from real evidence in the show's canonical material. They are real in the sense that thousands of people have spent genuine time and genuine attention developing them. They are real in the sense that some of the show's own creators have felt compelled to respond to them publicly. Whether any of them describe what the show's writers consciously intended is a different question. One the theories don't need to answer. The show is large enough to contain more truth than any individual writer put there intentionally. 36 seasons of accumulated material, shaped by hundreds of creative minds, often says more than it meant to. The evidence for the radiation theory, the coma theory, the immortality theory. This evidence exists in the show whether or not it was placed there with these specific readings in mind. The show contains it. That's enough. Close your eyes if you want. The words will still find you. Section 3. Who really shot Mr. Burns? Let your breathing slow. We're moving into the mystery that defined a summer, the one that turned a cartoon show into a national puzzle. Before you say Maggie, we know what the show told us. Season 7, Episode 1, Who Shot Mr. Burns, Part 2. The investigation concludes. Baby Maggie Simpson, with a gun she found in the parking lot, in what the show presents as an impulsive accident that nobody could have predicted and that nobody legally can do anything about. Case closed. Except the case was never quite closed. The more you examine the official answer, the more it looks less like a solution and more like a convenient ending to a story the writers were never fully certain how to finish. Let's go back to the beginning. The summer of 1995. Season 6, Episode 25. Who Shot Mr. Burns, Part 1. The Simpsons attempted something no animated show had tried before, a genuine whodunit. A mystery carefully designed over the course of an episode, built with enough embedded clues to be theoretically solvable by attentive viewers. Fox promoted it as a cultural event. America's Most Wanted produced a tie-in special, treating the fictional crime as a real unsolved case. The show ran a national contest. Correctly identify the shooter, and you would be animated into a future episode. It was television as puzzle, television as community activity. An entire country sitting down in front of their screens, arguing about who did it, making cases, checking the clues. And the story that led to the shooting was the most ambitious villain construction the show had ever attempted. Over the course of the episode, Burns does something unprecedented. He goes too far. Not by Springfield's usual standards, where Burns's exploitation has always been ambient and routine. In this episode, he crosses a threshold that turns the entire town against him simultaneously and completely. He drills an oil well beneath Springfield Elementary School, taking the oil and gutting the school's budget. He bankrupts Moe's Tavern. He causes a sinkhole that destroys the retirement home. He injures Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog, in the course of his construction work. He fires Smithers, his loyal assistant of decades, for expressing any uncertainty about the plan. And then, as his finishing move, he builds a device that blocks the sun over the entire town of Springfield. Not as a metaphor, Burns literally cuts off the sunlight. Every resident, every plant, every living thing in Springfield is forced into artificial darkness so that Burns can compel every household to purchase their electricity from his power plant, because without sunlight they have no alternative source. By the end of the episode, every person in Springfield has a motive. The show is careful and thorough about establishing each one. Homer, because Burns has never been able to remember his name despite years of direct employment. Bart and Lisa, because the school lost its funding. Grandpa, because his home was destroyed. Groundskeeper Willie, because he lost his job. Tito Puente, because the music program was cut. Moe, because his bar went under. Smithers, freshly fired and spiraling. The entire town converges at a public meeting to confront Burns directly. Multiple characters are shown carrying weapons. The tension in the room is visible and documented. And then Burns collapses. One gunshot wound. He staggers to the town's sundial and falls, his hands landing on two specific letters. From the viewer's perspective, W and S. From Burns's own perspective, looking down at his hands, M and S. The ambulance carries him away. The screen goes dark. America spends the summer theorizing. When Part 2 aired in September 1995, the investigation unfolds as a comedic procedural. Chief Wiggum moves through the case with his characteristic incompetence. Smithers confesses almost immediately, but his confession falls apart when it becomes clear he was blackout drunk and actually shot a completely different person, Old Jasper, in his wooden leg at a different location entirely. One by one, suspects are cleared. Skinner has an alibi. Moe has an alibi. Tito Puente has what is genuinely one of the great alibis in television history, a full musical number explaining that he transformed his rage into a samba composition, performed live with an audience, at the exact time of the shooting. The investigation stalls. Then a key piece of evidence emerges, an eyelash on Burns's suit jacket. DNA analysis places it as belonging to a Simpson. Homer's fingerprints are found on the gun. Homer had the most visible and most sustained motive of anyone in town. Burns had never been able to remember his name despite years of direct employment, and this specific, prolonged humiliation had been building in Homer toward a breaking point that several episodes had documented. Homer is arrested. The evidence is substantial. He is close to being convicted. Then Burns wakes from his coma. He looks around the hospital room and identifies his shooter, Maggie Simpson. Baby Maggie, encountered in the parking lot after the town meeting. Burns tried to take her lollipop. In the struggle, his gun fell from its holster. Maggie picked it up, the gun discharged, Burns was shot. Chief Wiggum notes that no jury in the world would convict a baby. The case is closed. Except, start with the contest, because it reveals something the show has never fully addressed. Fox ran a national competition, thousands upon thousands of entries submitted. According to the DVD commentary produced by the show's own writers, not a single person in the randomly selected sample of entries correctly identified the shooter. Nobody won. The prize went to a randomly chosen incorrect entrant who received a cash settlement rather than the promised animated appearance because they didn't have the right answer. The producers did learn of one person who had posted the correct answer to a Simpsons newsgroup on the night of the original broadcast, but this person was using a college internet account that had since been deactivated. They could not be found. The producers issued an open invitation on the DVD release for this person to come forward and claim their prize. As far as anyone knows, they never did. Think about what this means. The show designed a mystery, promoted it as solvable from clues in Part 1, built a national contest around it, and when the answer was revealed, essentially nobody arrived at it from the evidence. Either the clues were insufficient for the answer to follow logically, or the red herrings were so effective that they buried the solution, or the answer did not actually follow from the evidence in the way the show claimed it did. Any one of those possibilities is worth holding. Look at the sundial clue, because the show treats it as the centerpiece of the mystery's resolution. Burns falls onto the sundial. His hands land on letters that, from his perspective, spell out M and S. The show interprets this as Maggie Simpson, M for Maggie, S for Simpson. This is the clue that supposedly unlocks everything. But Burns himself, when he wakes up and gives his account, explicitly states that the way his hands landed on the sundial was not intentional. He didn't position himself to communicate his attacker's initials. He fell, unconscious, shot, with no control over where his body came to rest. The central physical clue of the most famous mystery in Simpsons history is described by the victim himself as a coincidence. The thing that supposedly solves the case is, by Burns's own account, meaningless. Then consider the gun. Before the shooting, the show establishes that Burns's holster is empty. His gun was already missing from his person before the confrontation in the parking lot. Whoever shot Burns used his own weapon, which they had obtained before or during the encounter. This narrows the suspect profile considerably. Most of the people at the town meeting brought their own weapons. They came specifically because they were angry enough at Burns to contemplate violence. The person who shot Burns was someone who was not independently armed, who found Burns's gun by chance, and who acted impulsively rather than with premeditation. A baby finding a gun on the ground fits this profile. So does a dozen other characters who attended the meeting without weapons. Burns's reported last words before the shooting were, "Oh, it's you." Not alarm, not surprise. The calm acknowledgement of someone recognizing a familiar face. You'd say that to a neighbor, to someone you knew but didn't feel threatened by, someone whose presence registered as notable but not dangerous, someone you greeted before the situation changed. The question is whether Mr. Burns has any prior relationship with Maggie Simpson that would produce that specific greeting. The show doesn't establish one. Burns cannot reliably remember Homer's name despite Homer working directly under him for years. The suggestion that Burns would recognize an infant on sight, greet her as a familiar acquaintance, and then reach for her lollipop in a way that led to him being shot requires a level of prior relationship the show never actually builds. In Season 18, Homer confesses. He says out loud to another character on screen that he was the one who shot Mr. Burns. Nobody reacts with any particular alarm. Nobody reopens the investigation. Nobody calls the police. Homer confesses to the attempted murder of the richest man in Springfield, and the show treats it as a line of dialogue that exists for a moment and then stops existing. Either Homer is lying for attention, which is something his character does and something the show could lean on, or the original verdict was wrong. If the verdict was wrong, a baby was blamed for something her father did. A child too young to understand the accusation, too young to deny it, too young to ever be prosecuted for it, was identified as the shooter. And the investigation closed because the solution was convenient, not because it was correct. One of the more structurally compelling alternative theories centers on Marge. Marge Simpson is a devoted mother who watched Burns methodically destroy the things that mattered most to her. He took money from her children's school. He injured her family's dog. He stole the sunlight from her entire town. She had reasons to want him gone that went well past civic anger. They were personal. Burns, as established in an earlier episode, developed an infatuation with Marge. The episode Marge Gets a Job explored a period when Burns became focused on her. Under this theory, that infatuation explains the part of the official story that doesn't quite work. When Burns woke from his coma and identified his shooter, he didn't name the person who actually shot him. He named Maggie, because the person who actually shot him was Marge, and Burns protected her. He woke up, assessed the situation, and chose not to implicate the woman he had feelings for. He pointed at the sundial and let the investigation lay on the only target that guaranteed no prosecution would follow. A baby can't be charged. Maggie was convenient, and Burns was willing to accept that arrangement rather than name Marge. Under this reading, the final shot of the episode where Maggie mimics pulling a trigger in an empty room takes on a different meaning entirely. She's not confessing, she's remembering. She was in the parking lot. She saw what happened. And alone, with no one watching, she replays the memory the way infants replay things that captured their attention. The alternate endings reinforce the sense that the official answer was never predetermined by the story's internal logic. A complete Smithers ending was fully animated, written, voiced, and produced. An ending with Barney as the shooter was seriously scripted and considered. The answer was not built into the mystery from the beginning. It was chosen after the story was complete, and the clues were then adjusted to fit the chosen answer. The mystery was reverse-engineered, and the show acknowledges this, in its own sly way, during the clip special that reveals the Smithers ending. The character dismissing the alternate conclusion references a real-world jury case where DNA evidence was ignored in reaching an acquittal. The show winks at you. It tells you that official answers don't need to be correct. It tells you that convenient conclusions are accepted and inconvenient evidence gets set aside. It tells you this directly, embedded in the material surrounding the mystery's supposed resolution. In Springfield, cases get closed. That is not the same thing as being solved. Section 4. How is M.R. Burns still alive? There is a character in Springfield who defies explanation in a way that goes deeper than any cartoon convention can adequately account for. A character whose continued existence requires not just an in-universe explanation, but an almost architectural one, a system of interlocking mechanisms all designed to produce a single, sustained outcome. Charles Montgomery Burns is still alive. His birth has been placed, across various episodes, somewhere in the late 1800s. He has referenced personal memories of events from before the turn of the 20th century. He has described working relationships with historical figures who died before most of his current employees were born. He served in World War II, though the specific nature of his service involved certain ethical complications. He knew Howard Hughes. He attended Yale in an era that, by current calculation, would place his attendance there well over a century ago. He stole a $1 trillion bill from the United States government during the Second World War and kept it hidden for decades. He has referenced the Gilded Age not as history, but as personal memory. By the most conservative estimate, Burns is well over 100 years old. By some readings of the show's deliberately inconsistent continuity, he may be considerably older, and he doesn't just exist, he functions. He runs a multi-billion-dollar corporation. He navigates modern finance and modern law. He manipulates the political structures of Springfield with a sophistication that requires sustained, complex cognitive engagement. His body is physically frail in ways the show depicts with consistency. But his mind is sharp, arguably the sharpest in Springfield. Burns is operating at full cognitive capacity, orchestrating schemes of genuine complexity, at an age when no human being in recorded history has maintained sustained consciousness. The show addresses this directly in the Springfield Files. The explanation offered for Burns's glowing, dazed, barely functional appearance in the woods is that he undergoes a weekly medical treatment so extreme, so saturated with chemicals and radiation therapy, that it causes his body to emit visible light for hours after each session. The treatment is necessary to keep him alive for exactly 7 more days. Without it, administered on a precise weekly schedule, he dies. The margin of his survival is 7 days. Miss one appointment and everything closes. His life is maintained the way you service a machine, scheduled, precise, non-negotiable. Not because he's thriving, because the infrastructure built around his survival doesn't allow any gaps. The treatment involves radiation. Of course it does. The man who owns the nuclear plant, whose facility has been leaking radioactive material into Springfield's environment for decades, is personally dependent on controlled radiation exposure to sustain his own biological processes. Burns's body has been so fundamentally altered by over a century of proximity to nuclear material that it can no longer maintain itself through normal cellular function. He requires external radiation input the way a normal person requires food. Take it away and his systems fail within a week. This creates a specific mirror dynamic with what the plant is doing to Springfield's residents. The same process that is slowly, invisibly damaging the people of Springfield, the same radiation that gave Blinky 3 eyes and is working its way through the nervous systems of every resident who has been drinking the water, is simultaneously the only thing keeping Burns alive. Refined, controlled, administered through whatever proprietary medical protocol his personal physicians have developed over decades. The residents get the contamination without the treatment. Burns gets the treatment without the contamination. The difference is access. He has the resources to turn the same process that's harming them into a life extension system. They don't. In one of the most famous scenes in the series, Burns visits a doctor for a routine examination. The results are extraordinary. Burns has every disease known to medical science, every single one, simultaneously present in his body. The doctor describes them as existing in a state of perfect equilibrium. Each disease is present. Each disease is competing for biological territory. Because they are all competing simultaneously, they create a gridlock. None can progress to a fatal stage because every other disease is blocking it. The doctor calls this Three Stooges syndrome. 3 people trying to pass through a doorway at once. None of them can move. Burns's diseases are all trying to kill him. Because they are all trying at the same time, none of them can succeed. The doctor's conclusion, Burns is technically the sickest man in the United States, and also, functionally, indestructible. Because everything that should kill him is being prevented by everything else that should kill him. This is played as a comic set piece. It's one of the most widely quoted scenes the show has ever produced. But connect it to the weekly radiation treatments and something clicks. Burns's body is not maintaining that disease equilibrium through any natural biological process. The treatments are maintaining it. The weekly radiation doesn't cure his diseases. It manages them. It holds every illness in a state of precise stasis, balanced against every other illness, preventing any single condition from gaining the momentum needed to become fatal. It is not medicine in any conventional sense. It is nuclear maintenance. Burns's body is a reactor, and his weekly treatments are the equivalent of adjusting control rods to prevent a cascade failure. The diseases are the reaction. The treatments regulate it. Remove the regulation and everything accelerates simultaneously. Smithers is the component most people underestimate when they think about what keeps Burns alive. Waylon Smithers manages Burns's schedule. Every appointment, every obligation, every commitment. Smithers monitors Burns's physical condition with attention that borders on medical oversight. Multiple episodes have established, with varying degrees of explicitness, that if Smithers ever left, truly left, Burns would be helpless in ways that go beyond losing a capable executive assistant. Without Smithers managing the treatment schedule, Burns misses a dose. The disease equilibrium collapses. Everything that has been held in stasis surges forward simultaneously. Smithers isn't devoted to Burns solely from personal feeling, though the personal dimension is real and complex and the show has explored it carefully across many seasons. He's devoted because he understands, at a level nobody else in Springfield quite does, that his presence is what keeps Burns alive from week to week. Every week, Smithers ensures the appointment happens. Every week, the treatment is administered. Every week, Burns gets 7 more days. Smithers is keeping a man who may be over a century old alive by managing a calendar. And that knowledge, the specific knowledge that his absence is a death sentence, is the actual foundation of their relationship. Burns has made himself irreplaceable to Smithers by making Smithers functionally irreplaceable to Burns. It's an elegant arrangement, whether it was engineered deliberately or evolved into its current shape over decades. Either way, it holds. The question the show never quite asks is whether Burns is unique in his family's history. The Burns dynasty's wealth predates the Industrial Revolution. The show has established that the family has been in continuous control of its fortune for longer than most American institutions have existed. That kind of generational continuity does not happen through ordinary succession planning. It requires the active, sustained suppression of the normal processes that end family lines across generations, illness and accident and conflict, and the simple passage of time eroding individual lives. If the current Burns has been alive for over a century through artificial means, were previous Burns patriarchs doing something similar with the technologies available in their eras? Before nuclear radiation, before modern pharmaceutical science, before the specific medical infrastructure that currently maintains Burns, did the family's extraordinary wealth fund whatever equivalent existed in each preceding era? The show doesn't answer this, but it establishes that the Burns dynasty has maintained continuous active control for a span of time that doesn't conform to normal generational succession. Something has been extending the family's operational continuity across centuries. What that something was before the current Burns's particular arrangement is not explained, which leaves the question deliberately open. The scariest thing about the Burns immortality theory is not what it implies about Burns. It's what it implies about Springfield. The town's economy depends on the power plant. The plant depends on Burns's management and ownership. Burns depends on the weekly treatments. The treatments depend on the infrastructure that his wealth provides. It is a closed loop, self-sustaining, a system in which the man and the machine and the money all feed each other in a cycle with no natural breakpoint. Springfield cannot remove Burns, because removing Burns would collapse the economic infrastructure that the town depends on. Burns cannot die because dying would mean his system finally has to answer for what it's done to the people living inside it. And the people living inside it cannot challenge either the system or the man, because the system has already done enough to their cognitive function that the challenge exceeds their available capacity. Burns is not immortal. He's something more precise and more modern than that. He's too expensive to die. And Springfield will keep paying the bill in contaminated water and damaged brains and yellow skin and bulging eyes for as long as Burns keeps the lights on, which, if the treatment schedule holds, could be a very long time indeed. Section 5. Springfield's collective denial. The principal and the pauper. Let your eyes close a little more if they want to. You don't need to hold any of this tightly. Let the ideas float at whatever distance feels comfortable. We're going somewhere strange now, somewhere that requires the kind of loose, open attention you can only manage when you've let the day go. Because we're going to talk about identity, about what a town does when it discovers that one of its foundational facts is false, about how a community responds when the person it thinks it knows turns out to be someone different entirely, and about what it tells us that Springfield's response, the one the show builds with careful deliberation, is to simply choose not to know. The Principal and the Pauper aired in 1997. It is Season 9, Episode 2, and it is the episode the show's own creators have most publicly regretted, not because it was poorly written, not because it was dramatically incompetent, because it was written so well that it did something the show couldn't take back. It pulled on a thread in Springfield's reality, and the thread turned out to be load-bearing. And rather than follow it to wherever it led, the show spent the rest of its run pretending it hadn't happened. Here is what happens in the episode. Springfield is hosting a party for Principal Seymour Skinner. He has worked at the school for years. He is a permanent fixture of the town's landscape. He ran the PTA, managed the school's meager resources, navigated 1,000 minor crises in the building, maintained an eccentric relationship with his mother Agnes. The town knows him. The party is to celebrate some anniversary of his time there. An old soldier arrives. His name is Armin Tamzarian. He served with the real Seymour Skinner in the army. He was present when the real Skinner was captured. He watched a friend disappear into a war and never come home. Tamzarian carried that loss with him, drifting afterward, finding his way eventually to Springfield. He called himself Seymour Skinner because that name carried something he needed, a shape he could build a life around, a way to repay a debt he couldn't repay any other way. The real Seymour Skinner shows up at the party. He is alive. He has been alive the whole time. The town of Springfield has been living alongside an imposter for years. The real Skinner is charming and energetic, and nothing like the neurotic, mother-dominated, Vietnam-traumatized figure they've all known. He tries to move into the principal's role. He tries to take up the life that carries his name. And the town, almost uniformly, hates him. They want the other one back, the fake one, the imposter who carried a dead man's name through a career in public education. Bart, motivated by genuine fondness, brings Tamzarian back. The judge who handles this situation orders the town to never speak of it again on pain of tarring and tarring. All records of the incident are destroyed. The man who called himself Seymour Skinner goes back to being called Seymour Skinner, and nothing is supposed to have changed. Armin Tamzarian vanishes, the name returns, the person wearing it continues. The show's veteran writers have said in interviews, across DVD commentaries and convention panels over the years, that this episode was a mistake. They've said it was too clever, that it dismantled something that needed to stay in place. The writer and director who made it have offered genuine public apologies to fans who were upset by it. The consensus within the creative culture of the show is that the principal and the pauper damaged something that couldn't be repaired. But damaged what, exactly? If the episode is merely a clever reversal, a fun piece of storytelling that happens to involve a long-running character, the damage should be minimal. Characters in long-running shows have revised backstories all the time. The audience adjusts. The show moves forward. The reason this one couldn't be absorbed is that it revealed something true about Springfield, that the show's comedy depends on keeping unexamined. The residents of Springfield are not victims of their collective denial. They are its active participants. When Tamzarian was revealed as an imposter, the town had a choice. They could engage with that information honestly. They could try to integrate it. They could live with the discomfort of knowing that the person running their school was not the person they believed him to be. They could ask what else they might have accepted at face value because it was easier than looking. They refused every one of those options. They found the imposter so deeply preferable to the real thing that they used the legal system to bury the truth and compelled everyone in their community to pretend it never happened. Not through pressure or manipulation, through collective agreement. Everybody in Springfield looked at the facts and decided that the facts were unwelcome. Decided that the comfortable lie was worth more than the uncomfortable truth. That decision, rendered in the comedic register of a cartoon about a family in an animated American town, is the most psychologically honest moment the show has ever produced. Because this is what Springfield does. In almost every domain, with almost every uncomfortable truth, the nuclear plant has been contaminating their water for decades. The town knows this, in the vague way that the town knows things. The awareness at the edge of attention that never quite crystallizes into direct confrontation. And they go on drinking the water. Homer's safety inspector role is a procedural fiction. Every resident who has interacted with Homer for more than 10 minutes understands on some level that Homer Simpson is not capable of keeping a nuclear facility safe. The level at which they understand this never rises high enough to become a formal complaint. Burns is over 100 years old. He has been running the same facility and controlling the same political machinery and employing the same assistant for a span of time that no person should span. Springfield's residents interact with him, observe him, watch him shuffle through his existence as something between human and historical artifact. Nobody asks the question that his continued presence should make unavoidable. The Principal and the Pauper isn't an anomaly. It's the show being, for one episode, unusually explicit about something it normally handles with much more narrative discretion. Springfield runs on agreed-upon fictions, the whole town, not one character's delusion or one family's coping mechanism. The entire community maintains, through active collective effort, a shared commitment to not knowing certain things. The Tamzarian case is just the one time the show put the mechanism front and center and asked you to watch it operate without the usual comedic disguise. The theory that follows from this is the one some fans call the Springfield Compact. The idea that the town's psychological homogeneity, the uniform direction of everyone's denial, is not coincidental, that it has a source. Consider what you need to produce a community of people who are all systematically incurious about the same specific set of questions. You need something that affects everyone, something environmental, something they're all exposed to continuously, something that doesn't produce dramatic visible symptoms but operates at a level below active awareness, shaping the direction of attention, softening the edges of inquiry, making certain questions feel slightly too heavy to bother lifting. The radiation theory sits under the Springfield Compact like a foundation. If the plant's contamination has done anything to the residents' cognitive function, the first thing it would affect is the capacity for sustained, critical inquiry into threatening information. That's not a hypothetical about nuclear exposure. Neurological toxicity, whatever its source, tends to present as reduced executive function, reduced capacity to organize, prioritize, and follow threatening information through to uncomfortable conclusions. The ability to file a complaint with a regulatory body, the ability to hold a question open for days or weeks until an answer arrives that isn't simply the most comfortable one available. The Springfield Compact isn't a conspiracy the residents chose. It's a biological condition the plant imposed on them. And then it found its cultural expression in moments like the Tamzarian hearing, where the town formalized what was already happening in their nervous systems, made it legal, gave it a judge's seal and the weight of community enforcement. Because here's the thing, the show understands about collective denial that is genuinely sophisticated and genuinely disturbing. Collective denial doesn't persist because the truth is effectively hidden. It persists because the people living inside it have reached a functional agreement that the truth costs too much. That the life they have, built on the acceptable fictions, is preferable to the life they might have to live if they stopped maintaining them. In Springfield, everybody knows about the plant. Everybody knows what Burns is. Everybody has seen the three-eyed fish. Everybody was at the town meeting when the sun was blocked. Everybody has the capacity, at some level, to add all of this up. They just don't. Because if they did, the equilibrium shatters. The employment goes away. The power goes off. The economy that keeps the lights on in every house on Evergreen Terrace has to be confronted at its source, which is a cracked cooling tower maintained with chewing gum and managed by a man who can't reliably tell Homer and Larry apart. The Tamzarian case showed you the mechanism. It showed you a town that, when forced to choose between comfortable fiction and uncomfortable fact, chooses the fiction unanimously and then uses social authority to protect that choice from future disruption. The episode's most devastating detail is the judge's order. Upon pain of tarring and tarring, this town will forget that Armin Tamzarian ever existed. This is a legal sanction protecting a collective lie. A sitting judge and a functioning civic infrastructure used judicial authority to enforce an act of community self-deception. The judiciary, the institution specifically designed to establish and maintain factual truth within a community, deployed its power to ensure that a factual truth stayed buried. Skinner goes back to being Skinner. The real Skinner, the man with an actual claim to that name, disappears again into whatever life he was leading before he had the misfortune to come home. And Springfield continues. The next episode arrives. The reset completes. The students return to class on Monday and find the same principal behind the same desk and understand, without being told, that certain questions about him are simply not going to be entertained. The Springfield Compact in operation. The town protecting its comfortable version of itself from the alternative. All of which raises a question that the show can't answer directly without dismantling the premise it depends on. How many other foundational facts about Springfield are Armin Tamzarian? How many other load-bearing fictions is the town maintaining through the same collective commitment to strategic ignorance? How many other truths have been buried under judicial orders and social enforcement and the simple, exhausting work of agreeing not to look? The show doesn't tell you. It can't. Telling you would mean looking. And Springfield has already made the community decision, repeatedly, about the cost of looking at things too directly. The judge's order applies to the audience too, in a way. The show depends on you agreeing not to look. On you accepting that Skinner is Skinner and Burns is eternal and Homer surviving everything is just cartoon logic. It depends on your continued participation in the same compact that the residents of Springfield maintain. You can decide, sitting in your comfortable place in the dark, whether you're willing to keep that agreement, or whether, like one Armin Tamzarian on his way to a party he didn't know would end the life he'd built, you'd rather just tell the truth. Section 6. Maggie, the most dangerous person in Springfield. Breathe out slowly. Let your whole body get heavier. We've talked about Homer surviving everything, about Burns's impossible longevity, about the entire town's practiced blindness to what's in front of it. Now we're going to talk about the character in The Simpsons who is, by any honest accounting of the available evidence, the most dangerous person in Springfield. She's 2 years old. She doesn't speak. She carries a pacifier. Her most common form of expression is the slow, grave, enormous-eyed observation of the world around her, the patient watchfulness of someone who sees more than anyone around her recognizes. She sits in the background of family scenes and shopping carts in the backseat of the car and she watches. Maggie Simpson has been the most lethally competent member of her family since the show began. And the most remarkable thing about this is that Springfield, the family included, has entirely failed to notice. Begin with the shooting. In Who Shot Mr. Burns, we've already established the uncertainties around the official explanation. But assume, for a moment, that the official explanation is accurate, that Maggie Simpson, finding a gun on the ground in a parking lot, discharged it into the chest of the richest and most powerful man in town. What does that tell you about Maggie? It tells you that a child who has not yet learned to speak demonstrated more decisive impact on Springfield's power structure than every adult who spent the full run-up episode building motive and collecting weapons and making dot. Speeches at public meetings. Every enraged adult in Springfield aimed their anger at Burns and accomplished nothing. Maggie walked through the parking lot and put him in the hospital. Whether that was an accident is exactly the question that the theory hinges on. The show's official position is that it was. The gun discharged during a struggle over a lollipop? Maggie didn't mean to shoot anyone. She just happened to be holding a weapon when the physics worked out in a particular way. But look at the show's record with Maggie before and after this moment. Before the shooting, in an episode called Homer versus Patty and Selma, we learn that Maggie has developed extraordinary precision with a pacifier. She fires it from her mouth with the accuracy of a trained marksman, striking targets she's identified across a room in conditions that would challenge adult manual dexterity. No training. No practice sessions that anyone observed. She just developed this capability, apparently from the baseline of existing as a 2-year-old child. After the shooting, in Homer Badman, Maggie incapacitates a man who has entered her home, acting alone, responding to a threat assessment she made entirely on her own. Before any adult was aware there was a threat, she identified the danger. She neutralized it. She went back to being a baby. In a Treehouse of Horror episode, Maggie is revealed to have extraordinary intelligence and capability that she's been concealing behind the passive infant exterior. She acts when action is required. When no action is required, she goes back to the pacifier and the enormous, watchful eyes. The theory is this. Maggie is not a baby who occasionally stumbles into dramatic moments. She is something more deliberate than that. something operating at a level of awareness the show never lets any of the adult characters quite perceive. Think about what you actually know about Maggie. She has never spoken in the show's canonical present-day timeline. The show has delivered future glimpses of Maggie that suggest she eventually becomes a fully articulate, enormously capable person. But in the present of the show, she stays silent. She watches. She pacifier marks things and responds to situations, and then retreats back into the appearance of a child who hasn't yet acquired language. The silence is the key component. In Springfield, everyone talks. Homer talks constantly. Bart talks constantly. Lisa talks thoughtfully and precisely and with the self-consciousness of someone who has identified intelligence as her primary identity. Marge talks with the particular careful tone of someone managing multiple emotional situations simultaneously. Every adult in Springfield narrates their internal experience through dialogue. Maggie doesn't narrate anything. Maggie observes everything. And in a town where every adult's vulnerabilities and plans and emotional states are continuously being broadcast through their talking, Maggie's silence is not a limitation. It is the most significant strategic advantage any character in Springfield possesses. She hears everything. She processes everything. She responds to nothing in a way that reveals what she's understood. She has been running this protocol since she was born. There is a specific piece of evidence that the theory depends on, and it comes from one of the show's most beloved sequences. In Homer's Enemy, set in the real-world framework the episode is operating in, Maggie builds a perfect-to-scale replica of a modern office building out of wooden blocks, alone. In the time it takes Homer to get distracted by something else, she builds a structurally sophisticated architectural model, and then, when Homer comes back into the room, she smashes it. She knew when to hide it. She understood that the act of building it would communicate something she wasn't ready to communicate. She understood the risk of disclosure. She made the choice to demolish the evidence rather than let it be observed and assessed. A child who had not yet learned to speak, who the show presents as a typical infant, performed an information management operation that most adults would not think to execute. The connection between the block tower and the Burns shooting sits in that context. In both cases, the visible interpretation is accident or coincidence. In both cases, the available evidence supports a reading where Maggie knew exactly what she was doing and then retreated back into the baby presentation with the precision of someone who has cultivated that presentation as protective cover. Maggie's relationship with her family is the most emotionally rich component of this theory, because it runs against anything cold or calculating. The show has consistently depicted Maggie as the family member Homer has the deepest, most uncomplicated emotional connection with. Homer and Bart have a relationship full of conflict and misunderstanding, and the specific friction of two personalities that want the same kind of attention from each other and keep bumping up against their different methods of seeking. Homer and Lisa have a relationship that works best at an emotional level and struggles when it has to include honest assessment of their intellectual differences. Homer and Marge have a marriage that the show has tested and stressed and explored from every angle. Homer and Maggie are simple. He loves her with the part of himself that doesn't require language or analysis or the management of personality differences. She is the clearest feeling he has. When Maggie is on screen with Homer, Homer is his most uncomplicated self. This matters because it means Maggie's watchfulness is not impersonal. She's not a cold intelligence doing a cold calculation. She's watching the people she loves, with an attention sharpened by the fact that she can't express what she sees through speech. She has to do everything with observation and response. She has to protect what she loves without words, which means she needs to be very, very good at response. And the record of what she's done with that capability, from the Burns shooting to the pacifier marksmanship to the intruder neutralization to the block tower, suggests she is exactly as good as she needs to be. The deepest version of the Maggie theory connects her to the radiation. Homer and Marge were both living inside Springfield's contamination zone for years before Maggie was born. Whatever the plant's emissions did to their biology, to Homer's cognitive function and Marge's various physiological adaptations, those changes were present in both of them when Maggie was conceived. Bart and Lisa, born earlier in the family's time in Springfield, show the town's characteristic physical markers. The spiky hair, the four fingers, the overbites, the bulging eyes, but they're cognitively typical for Springfield, which is to say, cognitively altered in the direction of general incuriosity and reduced executive function. Maggie is different. If the radiation's effects are not uniform across exposure patterns, if there's a range of possible outcomes from in utero exposure that's distinct from postnatal accumulation, then Maggie might represent a different branch of the process. Not the cognitive reduction that the plant produced in the adults who drank the contaminated water across decades of adult exposure. Something else. Something that went in a different direction when it encountered a developing brain at a different stage of formation. Something that made her more rather than less. That sharpened rather than dulled. The theory isn't that radiation made Maggie super intelligent in a comic book sense. It's that the same environmental process that pushed Homer's IQ toward 55 and maintained the entire town in its peculiar comfortable fog did something categorically different to Maggie. That she is the data point that proves the exposure's effects have a range. That on one end of that range you have Homer, and on the other end, you have a baby who has never yet spoken a word, and who has, in documented canonical episodes, shot a billionaire, fired a pacifier with precision across a room, neutralized a home intruder, built and then deliberately concealed architectural models, and survived conditions that should have ended her several times over. She's watching you. She's always been watching. And if you're very quiet and very still, in the last minutes before you fall asleep, you might finally understand what she's been looking at all this time. Section 7. The Simpsons' predictions and the knowledge they imply. Settle back. Let your body sink wherever it is. Let the sounds of wherever you are tonight just be sounds, not demands. We're going to talk about something that most people consider a curiosity, and something a smaller number of people consider genuinely disturbing. The Simpsons has predicted the future. Not once, not twice, dozens of times, across more than 3 decades of broadcasting, with a specificity that strains any simple explanation. Not vague intuitions about the direction of technology or broad cultural trends that a clever writer room could see coming. Specific events, specific technologies, specific people and specific situations that did not exist at the time the episodes aired, and then, years or decades later, did. The scale of this is the thing that makes it difficult to dismiss. Any single prediction can be explained as coincidence. 2 or 3 might be attributed to writers with good intuition about where culture was heading. But at the scale The Simpsons has operated, with predictions confirmed across nearly 40 years of broadcasting, the usual frameworks start to strain. Start with the most famous one, because it established the pattern and because the specificity of it remains startling regardless of how many times you've heard it. In 2000, Season 11, Episode 17, Bart to the Future, the show depicts a future in which Lisa Simpson is the President of the United States. She has just taken office, inheriting a massive budget deficit from the previous administration. During her first policy briefing, she references the budget shortfall left to her by President Trump. The episode aired in March 2000. Donald Trump had not yet run for president. He had made occasional noises about political ambition in the preceding years, but no serious candidacy, no formal infrastructure, no broadly accepted public conversation about him as a political figure. A writing staff in early 2000 depicted him as a former president in a future episode, and the joke about his fiscal legacy was so specific to his public persona at the time that it was recognizable as satire of who he already was. He was elected to his first term in 2016, 16 years after the episode aired. That is not a broad cultural prediction. That is a specific name in a specific political role, aired before any serious public conversation about that name in that role was underway. The show has since depicted its own surprise at this through the characters themselves, with Homer and others expressing disbelief at how often the show's creative choices prefigure reality. It's a meta-joke that works because the underlying fact is real. But let's move through the others, because the Trump prediction tends to dominate the conversation, and the full picture is considerably stranger. In 1994, Homer encounters a device that allows him to search for information on a computer using a touchscreen interface, in a sequence that describes the functional mechanics of a tablet or smartphone internet search so precisely that watching it now produces a particular kind of disorientation. The iPhone did not exist for 13 years after that episode aired. In 2010, a Season 21 episode depicted a video calling feature being used to conduct a face-to-face conversation across a long distance, in a context and with a visual interface that corresponded closely to the FaceTime feature. Apple would introduce the same year, weeks after the episode aired. In 1998, a Season 9 episode included a gag about a tiger attacking one of its Las Vegas performer owners, referencing the Siegfried and Roy act in a way that clearly implied physical danger. Roy Horn was mauled by his white tiger on stage in 2003. In 1999, a Season 10 episode depicted a wristwatch-mounted communication device that functioned like a smartwatch. The Apple Watch launched in 2015. In 1993, a Season 4 episode referenced the Boston Red Sox winning a championship in a comedic list of impossible events. The Red Sox broke their 86-year championship drought in 2004. In 2005, a Season 16 episode depicted automated trucks operated without human drivers navigating a highway sequence. The first autonomous vehicle trials of significant scale began in the mid-2010s. In 2014, the show depicted a specific hiccup in a FIFA World Cup ceremony that later occurred, in the same specific way, at a real FIFA ceremony. In 2019, a Season 30 episode touched on themes of a respiratory illness originating in Asia, creating global disruption. The episode aired well before the emergence of any reporting that would eventually connect to events beginning in late 2019. The list goes on. It is long enough that people have compiled it in dedicated archives that have been updated continuously as new coincidences emerge. The rational explanation is that a writer's room of extremely intelligent, extremely well-informed people with deep intuition about cultural and technological trajectories has been producing content for nearly 40 years, and that in 40 years of content, statistical probability alone accounts for a meaningful percentage of apparent predictions. This is almost certainly true as a partial explanation. It is probably the primary explanation for some of the items on the list. But the rational explanation has a problem with the specificity threshold. The broader and less specific a prediction, the more easily statistical coincidence accounts for it. Predicting that wearable communication technology would exist was not a stretch in the late 1990s. Many people with interest in technology were saying things along those lines. Predicting that the Boston Red Sox would eventually win a championship was, at least theoretically, something that could be said of any team over a long enough timeline. But depicting Donald Trump specifically as a former U.S. president with enough specificity about his political legacy that the joke worked as satire of his existing persona in the year 2000 before his first serious presidential campaign is not the kind of prediction that statistical coincidence absorbs easily. The specificity is what the statistical explanation struggles with. The theory that some Simpsons fans have developed, the one that runs under the official discussion of the predictions as a curious quirk, is that the show has a source, not a supernatural source, not time travel, a mundane one. The theory is that some combination of the show's most connected writers and producers, across its decades of production, had access through their networks to information that was not yet public. That the show's remarkable closeness to real trajectories in technology and culture and politics was, at least in some cases, not prediction but foreknowledge. That a writer's room populated by deeply connected people, running for nearly 40 years through the center of American cultural production, was occasionally writing things that it knew rather than things it was guessing at. This theory is impossible to verify. It depends on access to private conversations in writers' rooms across multiple decades. But it sits alongside the predictions differently than pure coincidence does, because it doesn't require any mechanism more remarkable than well-connected people occasionally knowing things before those things are announced. The technological predictions align reasonably well with this. Silicon Valley in the 1990s and early 2000s was a small enough community that people in the entertainment industry with close connections to people in tech had access to private conversations about what was being developed. A writer's room in Los Angeles with those connections might have known about touchscreen tablet computing in 1994 because they were talking to people who were building it. The political predictions are harder to fit into this model. Unless you believe that the entertainment industry had conversations in 2000 about the political trajectory of Donald Trump that didn't surface in any public reporting of that era, which, depending on what you believe about that particular era and those particular networks, is either completely implausible or exactly the kind of thing that would never have been written down anywhere. There is a third possibility that sits between pure coincidence and foreknowledge, and it might be the most interesting of the three. The Simpsons, in its peak creative years, was staffed by writers who were educated in history and literature and economics and political science at the highest levels. The show's writers' room has been called the most credentialed in television history. These were people who had been trained to understand how systems behave over time, how political figures with specific profiles tend to trajectory, how technological developments with specific characteristics tend to deploy into culture, how institutions respond to particular kinds of pressure. They were not guessing randomly. They were applying deep structural understanding of how things work to the question of where things were going. A writer who understands the political economy of celebrity, who understands the specific mechanics by which entertainment figures have historically attempted to leverage their brand into political capital, looking at Donald Trump in 2000, might not be guessing that he would eventually run for president. They might be identifying a structural pattern so reliably that it amounts to something closer to analysis than prediction. A writer who understood the trajectory of personal computing in the mid-1990s, who had read the relevant papers and talked to the relevant people and followed the relevant development paths, might not be predicting the iPad. They might be describing, in simplified narrative form, something that they understood was going to exist because the technical prerequisites were already in place. The Simpsons didn't predict the future. The Simpsons understood the present well enough that the future was sometimes just the next step in a direction they'd already been watching. Which means the real question isn't whether the show has a supernatural source or an extraordinary network. The real question is what it tells us that a show about a cartoon family with yellow skin and 4 fingers has, for nearly 40 years, been more accurate about the shape of things to come than most serious journalism, most political analysis, most technological forecasting. And the answer that nobody is entirely comfortable with is that the show paid attention, that it looked at what was actually there rather than what was officially being said was there, that it took seriously the signals that more respectable institutions were finding convenient to overlook, that it told you the truth in a register you weren't supposed to take seriously, and that the yellow skin and the 4 fingers and the joke format were precisely what allowed it to keep doing that for nearly 40 years, without anyone official taking direct offense. Homer is an idiot. The show is a cartoon. Nothing it says should be held to account, except that it kept being right. Section 8, Mona Simpson and the 3-generation conspiracy. Let the room settle around you. Let whatever sounds the night is making just be texture, not interruption. We've been circling a specific center for a while now without naming it directly. The radiation feeds into the coma. The coma feeds into Burns's immortality. Burns's immortality feeds into the town's denial. The town's denial feeds into the predictions, and all of it keeps orbiting something that the show has never quite assembled in a single place. A 3-generation conspiracy between the Simpson family and the Burns dynasty. Not in the sense of a formal arrangement. Not a contract signed in a room somewhere with witnesses. In the sense of a pattern that has been running so long, that has touched so many events across so many generations, that it exceeds the scale of accident and starts to look like something structural. It starts before Homer was born. Homer's mother, Mona Simpson, became a federal fugitive in the 1960s. The episode Mother Simpson, Season 7, Episode 8, is one of the most emotionally devastating hours the show has produced. Homer has believed his mother dead his entire adult life. She appears unexpectedly, alive, and the show takes its time with the weight of that before explaining why she left. Mona was a political radical. She participated in demonstrations and organized movements against the policies of corporations she believed were causing harm. One target was the Biological Warfare Division of the Springfield nuclear power plant. That detail matters. Burns did not merely own a nuclear power plant. He maintained a division dedicated to biological warfare research. Secret, off-books, connected to the Cold War infrastructure, tucked inside a facility that the public understood as a simple electrical generation operation. Mona and her group broke into this division and released chemicals they were developing, destroying the research. Burns had Mona placed on a federal fugitive list. He deployed law enforcement to locate her. He was personally involved in the identification and pursuit of a civilian woman because she had interfered with his weapons development program. The pursuit lasted decades. Mona spent the rest of her life moving, hiding, living under different identities, never able to safely return to her son. Burns used the apparatus of federal law enforcement as a private tool against a private citizen who knew too much about what he was building inside his facility. That is the foundation. Now layer the generations. Abe Simpson, Homer's father, served in World War II. So did Mr. Burns. They were in the same unit. They served together. The show establishes this and treats it largely as a comedic detail, another eccentric element of Springfield's layered history. Two characters who exist in perpetual, low-grade conflict in the present turn out to have shared formative experiences in the same war, in the same unit, under conditions of genuine shared danger. But Burns stole the trillion-dollar bill from the United States government during the war. He did this while serving, using his access to wartime logistics and the cover that the chaos of wartime provided. He did it with, at minimum, the knowledge and possibly the participation of other soldiers in his unit. Abe Simpson knows, or knew. At minimum, he knows things about what happened during that service that Burns has strong reasons to want kept contained. At minimum, Abe's continued presence in Springfield represents a liability to Burns's management of his own history. The show has established Burns's willingness to weaponize the legal apparatus against people who know inconvenient things about him. He did it to Mona Simpson. He had her pursued across decades for what she knew about his weapons research. Abe sits in a retirement home in Springfield. He periodically delivers rambling, unreliable reminiscences that contain, buried in their incoherence, fragments of things he actually witnessed. The retirement home lost its physical foundation when Burns's oil drilling caused a sinkhole beneath it, forcing the residents into temporary displacement. The disruption was never characterized as targeting Abe specifically, but it removed the people closest to the generation that knew what Burns was doing during the war from the organized community space they occupied. It scattered them, made their social networks more difficult to maintain, made the sharing of memories across generations harder to sustain. Whether that outcome was planned or incidental is exactly the kind of question the show doesn't ask directly. Homer is the generation in the middle. Homer was born into a Springfield already shaped by Burns. His father served with Burns. His mother ran from Burns. He works for Burns. He has worked for Burns his entire adult life. With the specific incompetence that Burns identified and retained, the incompetence that ensures the safety inspection function remains non-functional. Homer is the hinge of the three-generation structure. His father carried knowledge from the war that was dangerous to Burns. His mother took action against Burns and was destroyed for it. Homer, in the middle, is held in place by his employment, his incompetence, and the cognitive effects of the environment Burns has built around him. He is simultaneously the person closest to Burns's operations and the person least capable of doing anything about what he might observe there. This is either the most extraordinary accidental arrangement imaginable or it was carefully managed. Burns kept the son of a man who knew too much in a position of dependent, impotent proximity. Homer can see everything Burns does at the plant and cannot understand, act on, or remember any of it. There is one episode that suggests this arrangement was at least noticed, if not engineered. In Homer the Great, Homer discovers that he has been entitled to membership in the Stonecutters, a powerful secret society with influence throughout Springfield's infrastructure. He discovers this because his father is a member. He was never told because, per the show's version of these things, the membership protocols are arcane and nobody got around to informing him. But a secret society membership that Homer never knew about, connecting him through his father to a network of powerful people throughout Springfield, a membership he was never exercised his rights under until stumbling on it by accident. That is either a comedy premise built on the classic structure of secrets hidden in plain sight, or it is an indication that the networks Homer should theoretically be connected to, the ones that might otherwise have provided him with power or protection or information, have been systematically kept from his awareness. Maggie is the third generation. The show has produced at least two fully realized future visions of who Maggie Simpson becomes. In these visions, she is extraordinary, not in the modest accomplishment sense that might apply to any child who turns out reasonably well, in the specific sense of someone who reaches a level of capability that exceeds every member of her family and most of her community. The future glimpses are deliberately scattered and deliberately non-canonical, the show's way of gesturing at possibilities without committing to a single one. But the pattern across the various future Maggies is consistent. She becomes someone substantial, someone who matters on a scale that the rest of the family, loving and alive as they are, never quite approaches. If the conspiracy has been running for 3 generations in one direction, the theory suggests it runs in the other direction too. Burns's manipulation of the Simpson family through Homer's employment, Abe's containment, Mona's persecution, created the conditions that shaped Maggie's development. The environmental exposure, the specific conditions of growing up in proximity to the plant, the particular cognitive landscape of a Springfield, contaminated by its own denial, all of it converged on Maggie at the developmental stage where it apparently went somewhere entirely different than it went in every adult around her. She is what comes after the conspiracy, the generation where the pattern, having run its course through Abe and Mona and Homer, produces something the conspiracy didn't anticipate. The emotional core of this 3-generation reading is in Mother Simpson's final scene, after the reunion. After Mona explains what happened and why she left and why she couldn't come back, after Homer has processed in his limited but genuinely feeling way the loss and the return and the loss again, after everything, she has to run. Burns has finally located her. She gets in her car. Homer stands in the driveway watching the taillights disappear. And then the show does something that it almost never does in its regular format. Homer stands there. The camera holds on him, facing away. Watching her go, he stands there in the dark for a long time. Then the credits roll. No joke. No domestic incident to cut away to. No return to Bart or Lisa or anything that normalizes the moment. Just Homer standing alone in the dark, watching his mother leave for the last time, in a scene that could only have been shot that way because the writers understood that some things don't resolve. Some losses just happen, and then you stand in the place where the person was, and the night goes on around you, and the taillights disappear, and that's all there is. Homer could not process the conspiracy that had shaped his whole life. He couldn't identify Burns's role in his mother's absence or his father's silence, or the particular shape of his own limited capacity for exactly the kind of understanding that might have helped him. He couldn't put any of it together. But he could stand in the dark watching her go, and that image, that specific composition, carries more emotional weight than the show's entire analytical framework around Burns and radiation and 3-generation manipulation, because it's the human residue of all of it, the thing that survives after the conspiracy has done its work, after the mechanism has run. A man standing in a driveway watching taillights. All of the theories we've built tonight, all of the careful architecture of radiation and coma and immortality and denial and manipulation, what they actually trace, in the end, is not a villain's plan. They trace the shape of a specific loss, the distance between Homer Simpson and the life that might have been available to him if the mechanism hadn't been running before he was born. That's what The Simpsons is about, underneath all of its comedy and its strangeness and its brilliant, maddening inconsistency. That distance. That gap between what was promised and what arrived. And the way people find warmth in each other anyway, in spite of everything the mechanism has done to close down the space where warmth grows. Section 9. Where is Springfield the geographic impossibility? Close your eyes fully if you haven't already. Let this one drift over you like something you're half hearing from another room. Springfield is everywhere. That sentence sounds like a philosophical statement about the show's universal themes. It is also a literal geographic description. The creators of The Simpsons have been deliberate and sustained in their refusal to place Springfield in any actual American state. Over 36 seasons, across hundreds of interviews and DVD commentaries and convention appearances, the show's staff has maintained a consistent position. Springfield's location is intentionally unknowable. It exists somewhere in the contiguous United States, without being anchored to any specific geography. This has been stated so consistently that most discussion of the question treats it as a settled creative decision, a whimsical choice to make the show feel universal rather than regional. Homer could be your neighbor. Springfield could be your town. The deliberate vagueness serves a thematic purpose about American everyman experience. All of that is true, and also entirely insufficient to account for what the show has actually done with Springfield's geography over 36 years. The show has not merely kept Springfield vague. It has actively, systematically, over hundreds of episodes, placed Springfield in contradictory geographic contexts that cannot all be true simultaneously. Springfield has a coastline. Multiple episodes involve the town's beach, its ocean access, its harbor, its maritime proximity. Springfield is a landlocked interior town. Multiple episodes establish this with the same directness. Flat plains extending to a visible horizon, no water in any direction, the visual language of Midwest American geography. Springfield neighbors a desert, Springfield neighbors a rainforest. Springfield neighbors mountains with significant alpine elevation. Springfield neighbors a large canyon with rock formations consistent with American Southwest geology. Springfield is within easy driving distance of a large metropolitan area. Springfield is sufficiently remote that metropolitan amenities require significant travel. The show has placed Springfield in every American climate zone, every geographic region, every topographic context. Over 36 seasons, the writers have sent the family on trips that use local geography as set dressing, and the local geography has been whatever the episode needed. Matt Groening, the show's creator, eventually offered something like an answer in 2012. He told a reporter that Springfield, Oregon was the inspiration for the name. He grew up in Portland. Springfield, Oregon is a real city near Portland. The name came from there. Oregon doesn't resolve the contradictions. Oregon doesn't have deserts and rainforests and mountains and a landlocked interior and a coastline all in easy driving distance. Oregon doesn't explain the climate inconsistencies or the way the same character can drive south for 20 minutes and reach a different biome in different episodes. The geography conspiracy, as some fans have developed it, starts from a specific claim the show appears to be making deliberately. Springfield is not one location. It is all of them, not as metaphor. As something the show has been building structurally across its run, using the geographic contradictions as a consistent pattern rather than as continuity errors, the evidence for intentionality is the scale of the contradictions. If Springfield's geography were simply inconsistently handled, the way any long-running show occasionally forgets which direction the sunset faces or how long a drive takes, the contradictions would be random. Some locations would recur because the production design had established them visually and the writers defaulted to them. Instead, the contradictions are comprehensive. They cover every American geographic category. They are distributed so thoroughly across the show's run that generating them accidentally would require a specific kind of consistent inconsistency that's harder to sustain than just maintaining a geographic identity. The show knows exactly where Springfield is. It's been telling you for 36 years, and the answer is that Springfield is a composite, every American small town. The show maintains this by making the geography fit the story rather than making the story fit the geography, and it does this so consistently that the contradictions themselves are the consistent element. The geographic impossibility connects to the theory about Springfield's relationship with time and memory in a specific way. If Springfield is a composite of all American towns, then it follows certain structural rules that apply to composites. It contains the characteristics of all its component places simultaneously because a composite doesn't have to resolve its contradictions. It holds them all as equally valid elements of its complete description. A desert and a coastline can both be true of Springfield because Springfield is not a place that exists by the usual rules of geographic exclusivity. It is a place that exists by the rules of symbolic representation. It contains what American small-town life contains, and American small-town life contains every landscape that exists in America. This is beautiful as a creative choice and also slightly disturbing as a structural one, because if Springfield doesn't have a fixed position in space, then the question of where it exists in time is equally open. A town that is everywhere is a town that is, in some sense, always also when it needs to be. Not anchored to a specific geography means not anchored to a specific geological or cultural history. Means floating free of the constraints that geography normally imposes on a community's development. Burns can be over 100 years old because Springfield doesn't require the passage of historical time the way a real place does. The kids don't age because Springfield holds its temporal position the way it holds its geographic one, with deliberate looseness, with the refusal to commit. The impossibility isn't a flaw. It's a feature of what Springfield actually is. A place that America made in its own image, which means a place that contains all of itself simultaneously, the desert and the coast and the mountains and the plains, the past and the present, and the dream and the reality, all at once, without resolution, without a single authoritative answer to the question of where you are when you're there. In 2010, Groening told a French magazine that the fictional Springfield was loosely based on Springfield, Oregon, but that the show intentionally placed it near every possible geographic feature to suggest it could be anywhere in America. He confirmed the deliberateness. He confirmed that the contradictions were not errors but policy. But there's one geographic detail the show has been consistent about from the beginning, despite every other contradiction. Springfield always has the plant. The plant is always on a hill. The hill is always northeast of town, visible from Evergreen Terrace on a clear morning. The stack rises the same direction in every establishing shot across 36 years. Everything else about Springfield's geography moves. The coastline appears and disappears. The desert comes and goes. The proximity to mountains and canyons and big cities shifts with each episode. The plant stays put. The plant is the one fixed coordinate in Springfield's otherwise floating geography. The one thing that doesn't relocate depending on the story's needs. The one anchor in a landscape designed to refuse anchoring, which means that wherever Springfield actually is, the plant is what makes it a place at all. The plant is not a detail about Springfield. It is Springfield's geographic identity. Remove it and the town has no location. Keep it and you have a fixed point around which the contradictions can orbit without collapsing. Burns's facility is the center of the map. The town grew around it. And everything the town is, the contamination and the denial and the impossible longevity and the three-generation conspiracy and the man who may be dreaming all of it radiates outward from that fixed point on the hill. The plant is where you are. It's always where you are, in Springfield, regardless of which direction the ocean is today. Section 10. The floating timeline why nobody ages. Let your breathing do whatever it wants to do now, in and out at its own pace. There's nothing you need to manage. We've arrived at the question the show has never been able to answer directly. The question that every fan eventually confronts and that the show's official position addresses by retreating immediately to the language of animation convention, cartoon logic, the general principle that characters in long-running animated series don't age. The question is, why doesn't anyone in Springfield get older? The official answer is fine as far as it goes. The Simpsons is a long-running animated series. Keeping the characters at fixed ages is a production choice that allows the show to continue indefinitely without needing to rebuild its premise around aging characters. Homer can't be 65 because a 65-year-old Homer living the same life would require a completely different show. So the characters stay where they are. Animation convention? Common sense. But that answer, while sufficient to close the conversation quickly, leaves something important unexplained. It explains why the production chose to keep the characters young. It doesn't explain what the show is doing with the choice. What The Simpsons builds from the fact of its characters' unchanging ages, that goes beyond the simple production convenience of not having to redesign everyone every decade. Because The Simpsons has not merely not aged its characters. It has built the non-aging into the narrative architecture of Springfield itself. It has told stories about the passage of time inside a world where time doesn't pass. It has used the fixed ages of its characters in ways that go well past convenience and start to look like deliberate engagement with what it actually means to be frozen at a moment. The floating timeline is the mechanism. In the show's earliest seasons, the cultural references were contemporary. Homer's car was a contemporary car. The music was contemporary music. The social environment reflected the late 1980s and early 1990s in ways that were specific and grounded. The world The Simpsons inhabited was recognizably the world that was actually happening outside the screen. As the show continued, the writers made a decision about how to handle the passage of real time. They chose not to advance the show's internal timeline to match reality. Instead, they adopted what showrunner Al Jean has described as a floating present. The show is always now, but now is never a specific year. Cultural references update to remain current. Technology updates. Social contexts shift, but the characters don't advance chronologically. This produces a specific effect that most viewers experience as vague background strangeness without ever landing on exactly what's causing it. It produces a world where Bart Simpson is 10 years old, but has experienced an amount of life that would require someone to be in their 30s or 40s to have accumulated. He has had dozens of relationships, hundreds of significant experiences, multiple near-deaths, multiple profound disappointments, multiple moments of genuine growth. The sum of his visible experience across the show's run would, if compressed into a normal human life, require him to be middle-aged at minimum. But he is 10. he will always be 10. The floating timeline means that Bart is simultaneously 10 years old and 45 years old. His age is fixed. His experience accumulates. These two facts exist in Springfield simultaneously without the show treating their coexistence as a problem requiring resolution. The theory that emerges from taking the floating timeline seriously, rather than treating it as a production convention to be nodded at and then set aside, is that time in Springfield doesn't work the way time works everywhere else. This is either a statement about the show's artistic approach, or it is a statement about what Springfield is. If you've been following the threads of this night's conversation, you already have two competing explanations for what Springfield is. Under the radiation theory, Springfield is a contamination zone where the biological processes normally responsible for aging have been disrupted at a cellular level by decades of exposure to radioactive material. The residents don't age because whatever mechanism drives the aging process in normal human biology has been altered. Not stopped, exactly, redirected, set to something other than the usual clock. Under the coma theory, Springfield is a dream, and dreams don't age their inhabitants because the mind generating them doesn't have access to the information needed to advance them. The last known state of each character is the only state the dreaming mind can produce. Bart is 10 because Homer last saw him at 10. The dream holds everyone at the moment they were captured. Both explanations work. Both are internally consistent with the evidence the show has provided. And they're not mutually exclusive. A dreaming Homer, already cognitively altered by radiation exposure, would generate a dreamscape shaped by both influences, a dream built by a radiation-damaged brain, holding people at ages that radiation-altered biology would never advance. The floating timeline is what happens when both are true simultaneously. In real terms, what the show does with the aging freeze is stranger than the premise suggests, because the cultural context ages even though the characters don't. The world around The Simpsons is clearly, visibly 2024 or 2025 inches current episodes. The phones are current. The cultural references are current. The social landscape reflects the actual present moment in ways the show has maintained by updating its references continuously while keeping the characters still. So, The Simpsons are living in the present. They're just not aging through it. They experience the contemporary world without the passage of time that usually connects one moment of contemporary experience to the next. They are always in now, but they have never moved through the duration that produces the next now. Imagine what that would actually feel like from the inside. Homer has driven to the plant and done his incompetent job, and driven home and watched television on the same couch with the same family every day for 36 years. He has never left Springfield except to return. He has never been the age that would make the things he's accumulated make biographical sense. He exists in a permanent present tense that contains everything he's ever done without providing the temporal structure that would allow any of it to feel like it happened in order. If the coma theory is true, this is exactly what a dream feels like. Events without chronological sequence. Everything present simultaneously. The feeling of being in a story rather than a life. If the radiation theory is true, this is what significant neurological damage does to autobiographical memory. The inability to organize experience into a coherent temporal sequence. Everything available but nothing in order. The sense of perpetual present tense that some forms of brain injury produce in their survivors. Homer cannot tell you what year any particular thing happened because the categories that produce that kind of memory aren't functioning. He went to space and became a professional boxer and accidentally started a religion and befriended a mafia boss, and all of it floats in the same undifferentiated present, accessible but not sequenced. The floating timeline is Homer's timeline. It is the timeline available to someone whose relationship with the passage of time has been fundamentally altered by either a damaged brain or the permanent state of sleeping inside one. There is one exception to the aging freeze. One character who the show has allowed to grow, to develop, to change in ways that the other family members haven't been permitted. Maggie. The future glimpses of Maggie we discussed earlier, the visions of who she becomes, are not consistent with the floating timeline's logic. The other characters don't have future glimpses that develop them. Homer's futures are comedic or tragic, but they're recognizably the same Homer, the same person at a larger age rather than a genuinely different being. Bart's futures tend toward the same register. Maggie's futures are different. The glimpsed versions of adult Maggie are not simply older Maggie. They are substantially more capable, more present, more realized than the infant the show keeps in its floating present. The show allows Maggie's future to exist in a way it doesn't allow for anyone else. It permits her to become someone beyond the frozen moment, to develop across the fixed border of the timeline that holds everyone else in place. Whether this is because Maggie's biology responded differently to the radiation, whether it's because Homer's dreaming mind doesn't have the same ability to contain Maggie that it has for everyone else, because she was so young when he went under that she's less fixed in his memory, whether it's simply because the writers have always understood that Maggie was the show's exit, the character who eventually ages out of Springfield's frozen amber and becomes something the frozen town cannot hold. All three of those are potentially true. Maggie is the show's acknowledgement that things don't actually stay frozen, that the floating timeline is a temporary arrangement, not a permanent state. That eventually, regardless of what the radiation has done or what the dream is maintaining or what the collective denial is protecting, something breaks through the surface of Springfield's fixed present and grows. And it's the baby with the enormous watchful eyes and the pacifier and the precise marksmanship and the architectural models she builds and demolishes in secret. Of course it is. Section 11. Hans Moleman and Ned Flanders, the two faces of Springfield's darkness. The room is quiet now. Whatever the night sounds like where you are, let it become background. Let it just be the sound of a night in which you are comfortable and still. We're going to talk about two characters who sit at the edges of the Simpsons universe and who, between them, tell the show's darkest story. Not Sideshow Bob, though his story is its own kind of dark. Not Frank Grimes, though his story is perhaps the most brutally honest the show has attempted. Not Burns, who is too large and too central to serve as a peripheral dark mirror. Hans Moleman and Ned Flanders. Two characters who are funny in completely different registers and who, taken seriously, reveal two completely different things about what Springfield does to the people inside it. Hans Moleman has died in The Simpsons over 150 times. That number is not an exaggeration. Fan tracking of Moleman's on-screen deaths began early in the show's run and has been maintained systematically. The methods include fire, electrocution, crushing, drowning, falling, being struck by vehicles, animal attacks, equipment malfunctions, gravitational mishaps of various descriptions, and multiple deaths whose mechanism the show declines to specify, but which are clearly fatal. He dies, and then he is present in subsequent episodes, intact, alive, prepared to die again. For most viewers, Moleman's serial fatality is exactly what it appears to be: a background gag, an ambient joke about a character whose persistent misfortune is itself the joke. The show introduces him, kills him, and moves on. The gag doesn't require explanation, but take the radiation theory with you and look at what Moleman actually represents. Moleman is Springfield's most extreme biological case. Every visible effect of the contamination that we've tracked across the other characters, the physical deformities, the unusual characteristics, the alterations to ordinary human biology, are in Moleman amplified to their terminal expression. His body cannot maintain its own viability. He dies from routine encounters with ordinary Springfield life with the regularity of something that is fundamentally incompatible with the environment it's been placed in. He is not resilient. He is the opposite of Homer's impossible survival. Where Homer absorbs catastrophic damage and recovers completely, Moleman expires from circumstances that shouldn't be fatal. The same contamination, operating on two different biological profiles, produces the two extreme ends of the spectrum. Homer is the exposure's most durable product. Moleman is its most fragile. Everyone else in Springfield exists somewhere on the curve between them. Moleman's persistent resurrection is not a cartoon convention for which the show apologizes. It is the show's way of maintaining Moleman as a data point while acknowledging the mechanism that governs his existence. He dies because the contamination has made him terminally non-viable in his environment. He returns because the show needs him to remain available as evidence of what the contamination does at its most destructive. He is Springfield's casualty rate, personified in one recurring character, rendered bearable as a dark comedy gag. Ned Flanders is a different kind of problem entirely. Ned is, on the surface, the show's most consistently positive figure. He is cheerful. He is helpful. He loves his neighbors with a warmth that nothing in Springfield's behavior toward him has managed to extinguish. He maintains his faith with a sincerity the show never quite mocks, even as it uses the gap between his goodness and his circumstances as a consistent source of comedy. He has lost 2 wives. He has faced financial ruin. He has been rejected and mocked and taken advantage of and put through experiences that would have left most people in Springfield substantially worse. He endures. He smiles. He calls Homer neighborino. This is funny. It is also, if you take it seriously, deeply disturbing. There is a moment in the show, Season 8, in a clip show that frames past episodes through the lens of Ned's life, where the true scope of what Ned Flanders has absorbed becomes unavoidable. The episode is called Hurricane Neddy, and it begins with Ned's house being destroyed by a hurricane that leaves every other house on Evergreen Terrace intact. This is not the first time something like this has happened to Ned. It is the most recent in a pattern. The town rallies to rebuild his house. The rebuild is a disaster. Neighbors with no construction skills and no plan and no useful materials produce something that collapses immediately. They are proud of their effort. They expect Ned's gratitude. And Ned loses it. He stands in the rubble of his rebuilt house and screams at every resident of Springfield who has wronged him, who has taken advantage of him, who has treated his goodness as a resource to be extracted rather than a quality to be met with any reciprocity. He names them. He catalogs what they've done. He does it in the specific, articulate, comprehensive way of someone who has been holding every item of the grievance list in careful order for a very long time. And then he checks himself into a mental health facility. Inside the facility, a therapist explores Ned's childhood. We learn that Ned was raised by free-spirited parents who believed in zero discipline and total permissiveness. Ned arrived at school as a child incapable of functioning in a structured environment, violent, unable to focus, unable to manage the demands of ordinary social interaction. 8 months of intensive therapy produced the Ned Flanders that Springfield knows. Produced through sustained clinical intervention, the cheerful, controlled, endlessly accommodating person who lives next door to Homer. The real Ned Flanders, the one underneath the therapy, is a compressed rage, a building pressure of legitimate, unaddressed grievance that has been contained behind 8 months of behavioral modification and 30-some years of sustained, effortful repression. The Hurricane Neddy episode is the show pulling back a curtain it usually keeps carefully in place. Springfield produces 2 kinds of people. The first kind is Homer. The radiation has taken enough of his cognitive function that the gap between his experience and his expectations is too small to produce sustained distress. He doesn't understand enough of what's been done to him to hold the full weight of it. His suffering is real, but it comes and goes, and resets with a biological reliability that keeps him functional. He is the product of exposure that took the edge off. The second kind is Ned. Someone who, for reasons the show doesn't fully explore, processed the same environment differently, retained enough cognitive function to understand everything that was being done to him, built the full, comprehensive, detailed understanding of every wrong that Springfield and its residents have committed against him, and then, through therapy and faith and sustained, exhausting daily effort, maintained a functional, cheerful exterior over the top of all of it. Ned Flanders is not naturally good. He is effortfully good. Every day he maintains his goodness over a foundation of unresolved rage is a day he chooses, consciously, to contain the compressed version of himself that emerged at the mental health facility. He succeeds, every day, for 36 years of showtime. That is either the most admirable thing anyone in Springfield has ever done, or it is the most heartbreaking. Depending on whether you believe that kind of sustained suppression is sustainable indefinitely, or whether you believe that the thing in the basement of Ned's personality will eventually find the exact combination of pressures that Hurricane Neddy failed to provide. Molman and Flanders together describe Springfield's full emotional range. Molman is what happens when the environment's damage exceeds the organism's capacity to compensate. When there's nothing available to resist what the contamination and the collective darkness of the place are doing to you, when you just keep absorbing it until you can't anymore, and then something resets you to the start of the same arc. Flanders is what happens when someone in that same environment has the specific combination of resources and faith and behavioral training needed to absorb the damage without visible collapse. When the compression is sustainable because the person containing it has built something durable enough to hold it, Both of them are casualties. The difference is the speed of the dissolution. Molman dies quickly and repeatedly. Flanders has been dying slowly for 30 years, maintaining a smile over an interior that the show showed you once, briefly, in the rubble of a poorly rebuilt house, before closing the curtain again. Springfield does this to people, to all of them. Homer survives by not being able to understand what's happening. Ned survives by understanding completely and choosing, every single day, to behave as though he doesn't. Maggie watches. Molman dies. Flanders smiles. And somewhere on the hill, the cooling tower releases something invisible, and the town goes on. Driving to the same jobs and eating at the same places and gathering at the same bar and the same church and the same school, maintaining the collective agreement that everything in Springfield is essentially fine. Section 12. The final convergence all theories meet. You've made it to the end. Or maybe you haven't, and this section is washing over you in the soft, half-conscious way that late-night listening does, where words become shapes rather than meanings, and the shapes drift like something seen from underwater. That's fine. That might be exactly right. The things we've been talking about all night don't require you to hold every detail. They only require that some part of you carried them this far. Wherever you are, whatever state you're in, we're going to stay here for a while. We're going to let the night deepen a little further. And before you sleep, we're going to do the thing this whole conversation has been building toward. We're going to let all of the theories touch. Not argue. Not compete for the title of most convincing. Just touch, the way threads touch when you lay them across the same surface. Let the patterns emerge from proximity. Everything begins with the plant. Start there, and don't move until you've felt the weight of it. The Springfield nuclear power plant predates everything else we've discussed tonight. Burns built it before Homer was born. It was there before the Simpsons moved to Evergreen Terrace. It was there before Mona fled into hiding. It was there, leaking into the water table, before Maggie was conceived, before the first episode aired. Before 36 seasons of comedy wrapped themselves around the reality it had already created. The plant is not a setting. It is an event that has been continuously unfolding since before the show's timeline began. An event that generated every other event. The radiation the plant produced and continues to produce is not an environmental detail. It is the first cause of everything else in the story. Everything in Springfield that doesn't make sense traces back to the plant. Trace Homer's incompetence and you reach the cognitive damage from his direct daily proximity to the reactor. Trace Mona's exile and you reach the weapons lab Burns built inside the facility. Trace Abe's silence and you reach the deal he made with Burns to secure Homer's employment in exchange for keeping quiet about what he knew. Trace Maggie's extraordinary capability and you reach the same environmental exposure that diminished everyone else around her, redirected through a developing brain that encountered it at a different stage of formation. Every theory we've visited tonight, every thread we've followed into Springfield's hidden architecture, unravels from the same source. The cracked cooling tower on the hill, the invisible leak in the water supply, the man who owns the facility and whose personal survival depends on mastering the same process that is slowly, carefully, over generations, doing its work on everyone who drinks from that supply. Burns did not build the plant as an instrument of control. He built it because nuclear power was a business, and he was a businessman, and Springfield needed electricity. The control came later, as a byproduct of the dependency he created. The contamination came later, as a byproduct of the violations he chose not to fix. The three-generation grip on the Simpson family came later, as a byproduct of Mona's activism and Abe's accommodation and Homer's specific, irreplaceable incompetence. None of it was a plan from the beginning. It became a plan as the pieces fell into place, and Burns recognized the architecture he had accidentally built and chose to maintain it rather than dismantle it. That is how the most durable forms of institutional power actually work. Not designed from above, accumulated from below, opportunity recognized and consolidated, a system that emerged and was then deliberately preserved. Now bring the coma to it. Homer, working inside that plant for the first several years of the show's timeline, has already accumulated whatever neurological effects the direct proximity to the reactor is producing. He is already cognitively limited, already experiencing the particular kind of incuriosity that the contamination requires in order to maintain his safety inspector role without shutting the facility down. And then on the 1st of April 1993, he goes to the hospital. a beer can, a vending machine, a flat line on a monitor, 7 weeks of clinical unconsciousness, and then, officially, waking up. Whether Homer actually woke up is the question the coma theory poses and cannot resolve. But notice what happens to the show either way. If Homer woke up and the subsequent 32 years of episodes are literal, then you have a man who sustained 5% permanent brain damage during a 7-week coma, who was already cognitively limited before the coma, and who went back to the same job in the same contaminated environment immediately after, continuing to accumulate further neurological damage for decades afterward. If Homer didn't wake up and every episode since 1993 is a dream, then you have a man whose dreaming mind, already shaped by years of radiation exposure, is generating a world filtered through what that exposure did to his perceptions and his imagination and his capacity for coherent causality. Both of these produce the same show. So, the increasingly surreal post-season 4 episodes are consistent with ongoing neurological damage, whether that damage is being accumulated in a waking Homer or whether it's being expressed through the progressively looser logic of a dreaming Homer. The mechanism differs. The output is the same. Springfield gets stranger as time passes because Homer's brain gets worse as time passes. On both branches of the theory, the coma and the radiation are not competing explanations. They are the same explanation offered from two different vantage points. One says, look at the plant, that's where the damage comes from. The other says, look at the hospital bed, that's where the damage is being expressed. Both are pointing at the same fact. Homer's brain has been broken. Everything in Springfield is filtered through the specific texture of how it broke. Now bring Burns's immortality to it. Burns doesn't just exist within the system the plant created. He is the system. He is the organism that the system was built to support. Every other effect, every human casualty, every generation of altered Simpsons family biology, every glowing rat in the facility basement, every three-eyed fish in the river, every diminished IQ and compromised memory and systematic denial operating across the town is incidental to the primary function of the plant, which is to generate the profits and the power and the medical infrastructure that keeps Burns alive from week to week. Springfield is not the plant's collateral damage. Springfield is the plant's operating context. The people of Springfield are not the victims of an environmental disaster that happened despite anyone's intention. They are the population that the plant's continued operation requires. They drink the contaminated water and breathe the contaminated air and raise children in the contaminated landscape and produce, across generations, the exact kind of diminished, compliant, economically dependent, cognitively limited workforce that a cracked and illegal facility needs in order to keep running. Burns doesn't need Springfield to be healthy. He needs Springfield to be dependent. Healthy people ask questions. They read the violations report. They contact the EPA. They form coalitions and take legal action and make the phone calls that close facilities like the one on the Hill. Dependent people accept what they're given. They go to work because the work is there, and leaving would mean going somewhere else. And somewhere else is a concept that Springfield's contaminated environment has made very difficult to fully imagine. They drink the water because the water is what's available. They vote the way Burns's money directs them to vote because the alternative candidates don't promise to keep the plant running. Burns doesn't survive because he's lucky or because the show needs a recurring villain. He survives because he built a system designed specifically to ensure his survival. Every dollar and every political connection and every legal instrument and every human relationship he has ever maintained has been oriented, consciously or functionally, toward the same outcome: keep Burns alive. And the system has been working for over a century. Now bring Maggie to the center. Everything we've discussed tonight traces a downward trajectory for the Simpsons across generations. Abe knew too much and went silent. Mona was brilliant and was driven away. Homer inherited the consequences of both without the capacity to understand them. Maggie is the break in the pattern. The first Simpson who encounters the full weight of the system at the developmental stage, where it apparently produces something other than cognitive limitation. The first member of the family who the system hasn't successfully contained. She hasn't spoken. She hasn't moved. She is, by Springfield's own accounting, a baby who occasionally does remarkable things that nobody quite registers as remarkable, because babies are not expected to be threats. That is precisely the conditions the system has not evolved to manage. Burns knows how to handle Abe Simpson. He has been handling Abe for 60 years. He knows how to handle Homer. He built Homer. He designed Homer's incapacity the way you design a component for a specific function and then deployed it. He knew how to handle Mona. He had her pursued across decades and kept her away from her family until she died. He has never had to handle Maggie, because Maggie has not yet moved. The question the show leaves open, the most tantalizing question in its entire run, is what happens when she does. When Maggie finally decides that the silence has served its purpose. When she finally speaks her second word, and the word is something other than daddy. When she finally acts at the scale, her capability has been suggesting across 36 years of patient observation. The system doesn't have a contingency for what Maggie is. It has contingencies for every other threat Springfield has ever generated. Mona was handled. Frank Grimes was eliminated. The German investors were bought out. The various safety inspectors who might have been competent were never hired. Every threat to the architecture Burns built has been neutralized with the specific resources that centuries of accumulated wealth provide. There has never been a threat that looks like a baby, and the baby has been watching the whole time. Now bring the collective denial into it. The denial is not just the town's psychological response to an unbearable situation. It is the system's maintenance protocol, the social mechanism that ensures the contamination, the compromised safety inspection, Burns's immortality, the three-generation manipulation of the Simpson family. All of it continues without the kind of sustained, organized resistance that would shut it down. The principal and the pauper showed you the mechanism in its most explicit form. The town, when confronted with a choice between comfortable fiction and uncomfortable truth, voted for the fiction and made the truth illegal. They did this with a judge and a decree and social enforcement. They formalized the denial. But the Tamzarian case is just the visible surface of a process that runs through Springfield's daily life at every level. The three-eyed fish went viral, and nobody tested the water. Burns blocked the sun, and nobody demanded the permanent dismantling of his power supply monopoly. The facility has 342 documented safety violations, and the person responsible for preventing them from harming the public has an IQ of 55 and a crayon in his brain, and the town treats this as a charming character detail. All of this collective denial has a neurological foundation. The radiation that the plant produces affects the prefrontal cortex, the part of the human brain most directly responsible for sustained critical thinking, for the capacity to hold a threatening idea open long enough to follow it to its logical conclusion, for the ability to organize grievances into action. The contamination doesn't make people stupid in a global sense. Homer is stupid in a specific focal way. He can be funny and warm and occasionally brilliant in domains that don't require him to critically analyze his environment. The damage is targeted, and the targeting hits exactly the cognitive function that collective resistance requires. Springfield doesn't deny the contamination because its residents are cowards or because they've made a calculated decision that compliance is safer than resistance. Springfield denies the contamination because the contamination has removed, at a biological level, the capacity for the kind of sustained attention that resistance requires. The plant protects itself by degrading the cognitive infrastructure needed to challenge it. That is the loop. That is the closed system. The plant poisons the water. The poisoned water impairs the capacity for organized resistance. The impaired population accepts the plant's continued operation. The continued operation keeps the water poisoned. Around and around. Burns didn't design this loop intentionally. He recognized it once it was in place and chose not to interrupt it. That distinction matters morally, but it doesn't change the outcome for Springfield's residents. The loop runs regardless of whether it was engineered or discovered. Now bring the predictions to it. The show's documented capacity to anticipate real events, whether through genuine foresight or through its writers' detailed understanding of existing trajectories, or through some combination of both, has a specific relationship to everything else we've discussed tonight. The predictions are possible because the show is actually looking. Springfield is a world that refuses to look at itself. The town has institutionalized the refusal to look. Burns has built a system that benefits directly from the refusal to look. The residents have a biological impairment that makes sustained looking difficult, and the collective agreement that the principal and the pauper made explicit ensures that anyone who looks too directly gets expelled. The Simpsons, as a show produced by intelligent, well-connected people outside Springfield's geography and outside its contamination zone, is not subject to these constraints. The writers can look. They are paid to look. They have the education and the analytical frameworks and the protection of the comedy register, which allows them to say true things about power and culture and institutional dysfunction without the truth requiring anyone to respond as though it were a direct accusation. The predictions are the show looking at the world that Springfield is a cartoon of, following the trajectories that Springfield refuses to follow, and arriving at destinations that the real world eventually confirms. Trump was predicted because someone looked at the dynamics of celebrity culture and political credibility in America and followed them forward. The various technological predictions emerged from people who actually read the papers and attended the conferences and talked to the engineers. The cultural predictions landed because cultural trends, once understood at a structural level, have a logic that can be followed forward if you're willing to follow it. Springfield couldn't produce these predictions. Springfield can't look at itself long enough to see where it's going. That's what the contamination is for. That's what the denial is for. The show predicts the future because the writers are doing about America exactly what Springfield's residents are biologically and socially prevented from doing about their own town. They're paying attention. Now let all of the theories converge on the same human fact. There is a man in a hospital bed in Springfield General, or there was once, or there might still be, depending on which theory you bring to the foreground. His name is Homer Simpson, and he worked at a nuclear power plant for most of his adult life, and he was not a particularly careful or competent person in any domain of his experience. He was not a great father or a great husband or a great employee. He fell short of the requirements of his role repeatedly, spectacularly, on a schedule that the show documented across hundreds of episodes without diminishing the basic warmth you feel for him. And underneath all of the inadequacy, underneath all of the spectacular incompetence and the snoring and the strangling and the beer and the donuts and the industrial accidents, there is a simple and devastating fact about Homer Simpson. He wanted his family, not in a complicated way, not through a sophisticated understanding of what family means or what he needed to provide to make his family work. He wanted them to be there when he came home. He wanted to be allowed to love them in his particular, limited, genuine way. He wanted Marge to look at him the way she looked at him in the early seasons, when the look was still fresh. He wanted Bart to keep coming back after the strangling, which Bart always did, which Homer always knew he would, which was the specific mutual accommodation at the heart of their entire relationship. He wanted Lisa to show him the saxophone. He wanted to hold Maggie. The whole monstrous, contaminated, impossible, conspiratorial architecture of Springfield, the three-generation manipulation, and the collective denial, and the radiation loop, and the immortal billionaire, and the geographic impossibility, and the floating timeline. All of it is context. All of it is the environment in which a man who wanted his family tried to have his family. And to whatever extent he managed, on whatever terms were available to him given everything the environment had done to his capacity to be what he wanted to be, he had them. Marge stayed. She stayed through the beer and the incompetence and the snoring and the periodic catastrophes. She stayed, and the show has never quite explained why she stays in any terms that fully satisfy, because the real answer is the kind that resists explanation. She loves him, not the Homer who never made mistakes, because that Homer doesn't exist. The actual Homer, the one who falls asleep during emergencies and eats donuts in front of warning lights and caused a nuclear event with a donut and whose brain has a crayon in it, that Homer. She loves that Homer. And Bart keeps coming back. And Lisa keeps playing her saxophone at the kitchen table on evenings when Homer comes home early and sits in the chair with the same familiar combination of exhaustion and relief that 36 years of the same bad job produces. And Maggie, enormous-eyed and silent and watches Homer with the specific quality of attention you give to someone you love and can't yet say you love. The contamination and the coma and the conspiracy and the denial and the immortal billionaire and all of it is the pressure that Springfield applies to the Simpson family from every direction. And the Simpson family, imperfect and damaged and four-fingered and yellow, holds, not through heroism, not through any special quality that distinguishes them from the other contaminated residents of their contaminated town. They hold because they hold, Because the simple animal fact of family, the thing that makes Marge look at Homer the way she does and Bart come back after the strangling and Lisa pick up the saxophone, is more durable than the system that built the environment around them. The Simpsons has been running for 36 years, 800 episodes, give or take, depending on when you're reading this. More content than any other scripted primetime show in the history of American television. More hours spent in one fictional town than any audience has spent in any other fictional space in the medium's existence. And in all that time, across all that content, the show has been telling you a story that most of its viewers absorbed as background, as familiar comfort, as the specific warmth of a thing you know well enough that you don't need to attend closely to it. The story is about the architecture of power, about the way institutional control exerts itself not through dramatic visible force, but through the patient, quiet management of cognitive function, economic dependency, collective psychology, and the chemical properties of the water supply. It is about Burns, who understood earlier than anyone else in Springfield what the plant was doing and chose to preserve the outcome it produced. It is about Smithers, whose loyalty is indistinguishable from captivity and whose captivity is indistinguishable from devotion, and who keeps the whole apparatus running every week by ensuring one man makes one appointment. But it is also about a family that shouldn't have survived by any calculation available from outside the coma or outside the contamination zone or outside the collective denial. A family that was broken before it began, shaped by a 3-generation conspiracy, and housed in a contamination zone, and held in place by economic dependency, and employed by the man who destroyed it, and drinking the water that keeps it from clearly understanding any of this. And the family is still there, still on the couch, still watching the same television in the same living room, still coming home to each other at the end of every episode. Still, after 800 episodes and 36 years and every terrible thing the system has arranged around them, finding each other. Not because Springfield is a good place. It is the worst place. It is a contamination zone classified by the federal government as too toxic to allow the contamination to spread. It is a company town owned by an immortal billionaire who has been running the same exploitation loop for over a century and who shows no signs of stopping. It is a place where the judge makes lying about your identity, the law, and the truth gets tied to a train and expelled from its own life. And a family lives there, imperfect and damaged, in a yellow house on a street with a name like a dream, and they hold. That's the show. That is all of the theories, and all of the mysteries, and all of the 36 years of accumulated evidence, and fan speculation, and DVD commentary, and Reddit threads, and late-night conversations like this one, reduced to the thing they were always pointing at. A family that holds in a place that was never supposed to be held in. Homer dreaming his family into permanent existence from a hospital bed, or Homer waking from that bed and finding them still there. It produces the same image either way. A man and the people he loves, frozen at the moment before goodbye, sustained by whatever combination of radiation and coma and collective denial, and one woman's inexplicable decision to stay is responsible for the miracle that any family manages to be a family at all. You can sleep now. If you've been fighting it, you can stop fighting. If the theories have been drifting in and out for the last hour, that's exactly right. Springfield will be there when you open your eyes. It always is. The plant will still be on the hill. Burns will still be in the mansion, waiting for Smithers to arrive with whatever this week's treatment requires. The three-eyed fish will still be in the river. Homer will still be in his chair at the console, asleep or dreaming or both. And on Evergreen Terrace, in the yellow house at the end of the street, a family will be doing what they do every evening in every episode across 36 seasons of American television. They will be together. Everything that Springfield has thrown at them, every violation and conspiracy and contamination and buried truth and collective agreement to forget, every impossible injury and inexplicable recovery and reset button and floating timeline. None of it was ever enough. They're still there, and so are you. Let the night do what it does. Let whatever comes next arrive in its own time. Whatever dreams find you tonight, may they be warmer than Springfield and quieter than Homer and as patient as Maggie's enormous watching eyes. Good night. Appendix. The questions Springfield will never answer. There is a specific pleasure in unanswered questions when you are comfortable and the night is quiet. The questions that stay open are the ones that keep working. The ones that resolved completely stop doing anything to you. The ones that stay open continue their slow, patient motion in the background of your attention, surfacing occasionally in the middle of something else, asking themselves again. Springfield's unanswered questions are the best kind. They are questions the show constructed with enough care that the act of holding them is pleasurable rather than frustrating. Questions that have multiple good answers, none definitive, each one illuminating a different part of the truth. The deepest one is this. If you could ask the show's creators one question about Springfield, about what they were really building across 36 seasons, what would you ask? Not about a specific episode, not about why a continuity error occurred or what a specific reference meant. The deepest question, the one underneath all the others. Was Homer in a coma? Because if the answer is yes, then everything else follows. The coma explains the aging freeze and the surrealism and the reset and the celebrity flood and all of it, and it transforms the emotional register of the whole enterprise from a comedy about a dysfunctional family into something more genuinely moving. A man dreaming his family into permanent preservation because losing them, even in a dream, is more than he can manage. And if the answer is no, then something else has to carry the weight of all those unanswered questions. The radiation, probably. The collective denial, certainly. The specific properties of Springfield as a place that operates outside the normal rules of causality and chronology and biological aging. The writers have said no. Al Jean has said no. The show produced a deliberate fake confirmation that was then officially denied. But the evidence keeps saying something else. And in the quiet at the end of a long night in Springfield, the evidence is more persuasive than the official denial. Homer is in a coma. Or maybe not. Maybe that's the last gift the show gives you. Not a resolution. A question that is still warm when you carry it to sleep. And if you dream tonight, if the specific landscape of your sleep turns yellow and four-fingered and familiar, you'll know where you are. You'll be exactly where you are supposed to be. Right where the loop runs. Right where the family holds. Right in the warm, cracked, contaminated, unanswerable, beloved heart of Springfield. Section 13. Marge Simpson and the cost of holding everything together. Let's slow down here. We've been spending a great deal of time with Homer, with his damaged brain and his impossible survivals and the coma that may or may not have ended his waking life in April of 1993. We've spent time with Burns and Maggie and Ned and the accumulated mysteries of a town that has been running from its own reflection for 36 years. But there is a character we've been circling without landing on directly. A character who, when you finally hold her at the center of the frame, rather than the edge, turns out to be the most quietly devastating figure the show has produced. Marge Simpson has held this family together for 36 years. That sentence sounds like praise. It is something more complicated than praise. Marge Bouvier, as the show establishes in its various flashback reconstructions of her early life, was someone before she was Homer's wife. She was a person in process. Someone with specific political convictions she was willing to act on, someone with creative ambitions she was developing, someone with an intellectual life more active and more questioning than the woman she eventually settled into being. The show has depicted this Marge across dozens of flashback sequences, and the versions are inconsistent in their details, as the floating timeline demands, but consistent in their tone. Young Marge was becoming someone. She was on a path that had her own shape. Homer interrupted that, not maliciously, not through any intention to limit her, but the combination of Homer's neediness and the specific kind of love she felt for him, the specific kind that recognized something in Homer that was worth protecting even at significant cost to herself, pulled her toward a version of her life that organized itself around managing his. She became the person who holds the family together, and the show has never been entirely honest about what that costs. Marge's trajectory over the course of the show's run is one of its most carefully documented quiet tragedies. In the earliest seasons, Marge is the show's conscience. She is the character who sees the full consequences of the family's situations, who understands what Homer's disasters actually mean for the family's stability, who carries the worry that Homer cannot access and that Bart generates without registering. She is fully present in ways that the other characters aren't. She feels what's happening. As the show progressed through its middle seasons and into its later ones, Marge becomes something different, less a conscience than a fixture, less a fully realized person than a structural element of the family's continued functioning. She cooks, she worries, she looks concerned. She occasionally has a plotline of her own that reveals some suppressed aspect of her identity, a painting talent, a casino gambling problem, a desire to return to work, a sexual fantasy life that the family's routine has crowded out. These plotlines tend to resolve with Marge accepting, once again, the terms of the life she has. The show is aware of this. It is not blind to what it's depicting. Across specific episodes, it surfaces the full emotional weight of Marge's situation with a precision that makes clear the writers understand exactly how much it costs her. In one of these episodes, Marge is asked directly by a therapist what she wants. Not what the family needs, not what Homer requires, not what is necessary to keep the household running, what she wants. And Marge doesn't answer immediately. She sits with the question for a beat that is longer than the comedy format usually allows. And the answer she eventually produces is hedged in ways that reveal, through the hedging, that she has spent so much time managing what everyone else needs that the question of what she wants has become genuinely difficult to access. That is not a comedy beat. That is a clinical portrait of the specific erosion that sustained caregiving produces in the person providing it. The most honest episode about Marge, and arguably the most honest episode about marriage the show has ever produced, is Marge versus the Monorail, which is not about Marge at all. But the setup to that episode reveals something important by negative space. In episodes where Marge is the central figure, she is often the only person in the family who could have fixed the problem if anyone had listened to her from the beginning. She identifies the danger, she names the risk. She is overridden, usually by Homer's enthusiasm and Bart's momentum, and Lisa's occasional willingness to believe in the wrong thing for idealistic reasons. And then the disaster happens, and Marge manages the aftermath. For 36 years, in episode after episode, Marge has been the person who saw what was coming, said what was coming, was not listened to, and then cleaned up the consequence. Without resentment, at least without visible resentment. Without accumulating the kind of recorded grievance that Ned Flanders had to be institutionalized to release. Without the collapse that would be the reasonable psychological response to that pattern maintained across decades. How? The show doesn't fully answer this question. It gestures at Marge's faith in the family as a structure worth protecting, at her specific love for Homer as something that operates at a level beneath the rational accounting of costs and benefits, at her particular combination of Bouvier's stubbornness and Bouvier pragmatism. That means she processes difficult things and then continues. But there is another possible answer that the show hints at and never develops directly. Marge knows more than she shows. There is a theory among a specific segment of Simpsons analysts that Marge Simpson is the most strategically intelligent person in Springfield. Not Maggie, who is a special case. Not Lisa, whose intelligence is visible and therefore consistently undercut by the system around her. Marge. The theory rests on a simple observation. Marge never loses. She loses small things. She loses arguments that Homer and Bart and the general momentum of Springfield overwhelm her on. She loses the daily battle to maintain rational, measured responses to situations that repeatedly demand irrational responses from everyone around her. But the things that matter, the family's continued existence, Homer's continued employment, the children's continued development, their house, their community standing, their survival as a unit through 36 years of circumstances that would have disintegrated a less resilient household, Marge holds all of those. She holds them not through force, which she doesn't have access to in the way Burns does, not through exceptional luck, which the show applies randomly and cannot be strategically relied on. She holds them through the sustained, careful, ongoing management of a household and a marriage and a community of relationships that requires, if you look at it honestly, an extraordinary level of competence. Homer's disasters never permanently destroy anything that Marge has decided needs to survive. Burns's manipulation of the family through Homer's employment never quite reaches the point where Marge would have to choose between the family's economic survival and the family's moral survival. The contamination that has measurably damaged Homer's cognitive function has not produced any documented equivalent damage in Marge. You could explain each of these individually through luck or through the show's narrative requirements. Or you could consider the possibility that Marge is operating at a level of awareness the show never makes explicit, but has been building the evidence for across its entire run. That she knew on some level she has never made verbal what Springfield was, what Burns was, what the contamination was doing to Homer, and to her children. That she made her peace with the specific terms of the life available to her inside that knowledge, and that her peace is not resignation but strategy. That the woman who holds the family together in a contamination zone has been holding it together in a contamination zone on purpose, with full knowledge of the terrain. The final piece of the Marge theory comes from the Burns shooting. If the Marge theory is correct, if she is the most strategically capable person in Springfield, rather than the most saintly, then her reaction to the Who Shot Mr. Burns investigation is worth re-examining. Marge is not a primary suspect. She is present throughout the investigation as the supportive wife of the man who is a primary suspect. She expresses the correct amount of anxiety about Homer's potential conviction. She performs the expected role. If Marge shot Burns, she performed it well enough that 30 years of fan analysis has concluded she probably didn't, which is exactly what you'd expect from someone who knew exactly what she was doing. The theory doesn't require Marge to be cold or calculating in any way that makes her unsympathetic. It requires her to be a woman who watched Burns destroy the school her children attended, injure her family's dog, steal the sunlight from her community, and finally, after years of watching him operate, made a decision. And then, when the decision's consequences played out in the investigation, managed them, kept quiet, let the evidence land where it landed, accepted the protection of the infant's legal immunity as the convenient resolution it was. If this theory is true, Marge Simpson has been living with what she did for 30 years in the same house, on the same street, in the same quiet life, cooking the same meals, worrying the same worries, holding the same family together, without ever saying a word about it. Because that's what Marge does. She holds things together. Whatever it takes, whatever the cost, whatever she has to carry and never put down. Section 14. Bart Simpson and the Rebellion That Never Arrived. This one is going to be gentle. We're moving into territory that the show handles with more care than it sometimes gets credit for. Bart Simpson is the most famous troublemaker in American animation. He is the character who made The Simpsons culturally explosive in its early seasons. The t-shirt and the skateboard and the slingshot and the specific confrontational energy of a 10-year-old who refuses to acknowledge the authority of adults who clearly don't deserve it. He was a phenomenon. He was on merchandise and in headlines and in the mouths of every parent who worried that children were being encouraged to be rude to their teachers. He was also, from very early in the show's run, quietly heartbreaking. Bart's rebellion is real. It is not performed, not entirely. His resistance to authority, his contempt for the specific forms of institutional power that Springfield deploys against children through the school system, and the social expectations of a community that values compliance over questioning, this resistance is genuine, and it comes from somewhere genuine. But Bart's rebellion never arrives anywhere. He is 10 years old. He will always be 10 years old. And 10 years old is a very specific age for the show to have chosen as the permanent age of its most culturally prominent rebel, because 10 years old is the age at which rebellion is still cute, at which the resistance of a child to authority can be framed as amusing mischief rather than a genuine political stance, at which the capacity to threaten anything that adults have built is negligible. The show keeps Bart at exactly the age at which his rebellion can be enjoyed without being taken seriously. The theory about Bart runs parallel to the theory about Maggie, but in the opposite direction. Where Maggie is silent because she understands the cost of visibility, Bart is loud because he doesn't yet understand it. Where Maggie has calculated that the less she shows, the more she can accomplish, Bart has never made that calculation. He shows everything. He announces himself. He performs his defiance in exactly the most visible way possible, which means his defiance is constantly neutralized, constantly managed, constantly absorbed by the systems he's defying. Skinner has a response for every Bart stunt. The school has a protocol for every disruption. The community has a category for what Bart is: troublemaker, underachiever, bad influence, and that category manages him more effectively than punishment would. Once you have a label for something, you can stop actually looking at it. Bart has been labeled. Springfield labeled him early and has been applying the label ever since. And because the label is accurate enough, because Bart does do the things the label describes, nobody ever looks past it to ask what's driving the behavior. What's driving the behavior is exactly what's been driving all of it tonight. Bart is growing up in a contamination zone where the adults are cognitively impaired, the authority figures are either corrupted or complicit, the educational infrastructure has been systematically defunded by the man who owns his father's employer, and the most vivid figure of legitimate civic resistance, his own grandmother, was hunted to her death by that same man before Bart was old enough to understand who she was. Bart's defiance is the only sane response to Springfield. The fact that it doesn't go anywhere, that it can't go anywhere from the body of a 10-year-old boy who will never turn 11, is not a failure of Bart's character. It is a structural limitation imposed by the floating timeline and by everything that floating timeline represents about how Springfield maintains itself. The rebellion can't arrive. Springfield won't let it arrive. Springfield has been preventing the arrival of that specific kind of organized, adult-scale, consequence-producing resistance since before Bart was born. It kept Abe quiet. It drove Mona away. It broke Homer. It maintains Ned's compliance through suppressed rage. It neutralizes Bart's rebellion by keeping him permanently at the age where rebellion is theatrical rather than operational. And somewhere, silent and watching, Maggie absorbs this data point too. Her brother's endless loop, the same stunt, the same response, the same reset, the same Bart, at the same age, defying the same authority with the same results. She takes note. She adds it to everything else she's been accumulating. The Lisa Simpson counterpoint is the one the show has always used to provide its most explicit social commentary. But what's interesting about Lisa is not what she says, but what happens to her when she says it. Lisa is right. Consistently, persistently, demonstrably right. About the environment, about the school system, about Burns's manipulation of Springfield, about the contamination of the water supply, about the cognitive damage done to her father, about the political corruption that maintains the status quo. She is right about all of it, and nothing she does about it makes any lasting difference. The show has used this as a comedy device for 36 years. Lisa makes her speech. Lisa organizes her campaign. Lisa exposes the truth. And then the situation resolves in some way that sidesteps the full consequence of the truth she's exposed, and by next week everyone is back where they started. But the comedy device is also a structural statement about what Springfield does to its most accurate observers. Lisa is not ineffective because she's wrong. She's ineffective because the system she's accurately describing is designed to be resistant to accurate description. Burns's empire doesn't fall because someone correctly identifies it as an empire. The contamination doesn't stop because someone correctly identifies it as contamination. The denial doesn't break because someone correctly identifies it as denial. The system absorbs Lisa's accuracy and keeps running. The show is being honest about this. It is not pretending that speaking truth to power produces outcomes. It is showing you, across 3 decades of Lisa Simpson being relentlessly correct and relentlessly ineffective, that the systems protecting Springfield's status quo are not vulnerable to being named. They're vulnerable to something else, something that requires the kind of capability that isn't available yet, that the floating timeline keeps permanently at 8 years old until it isn't. Until someone starts speaking who has been watching since birth and has decided that the time is right. Section 15. The recurring deaths, Springfield's hidden body count. There is a specific category of Springfield's darkness that the show distributes across its run in small doses, enough to register individually as dark comedy and not enough, in any single episode, to accumulate into the full picture. Springfield has an extraordinary death rate. Not Treehouse of Horror deaths, which exist in a canonical bubble separate from the main show's continuity. Regular, main timeline, canonical deaths that the show introduces and then moves past without dwelling on the implications. The three-eyed fish is the most famous evidence of environmental mutation in Springfield. But the show has cataloged, across its run, a substantial number of direct, non-comedic fatalities among its supporting cast. Characters who were present across multiple seasons and then simply weren't. Characters who were given brief valedictions and then disappeared from the show's world without any sustained engagement with what their deaths meant for the community around them. The show's relationship with death is strange, because the main characters are functionally immortal, Homer in particular. while the supporting cast is vulnerable in a way that produces a background casualty rate that a real town of Springfield's size could not sustain. Every non-main character death is a data point about what life in Springfield actually costs. Hans Moleman's deaths we've addressed. He is the most extreme case. He exists as a kind of walking actuarial statement about the show's universe. The claim his repeated deaths make is that Springfield's environment is, for certain kinds of people, simply not compatible with sustained biological survival. But Moleman is not the only one. The show has placed named, recurring characters in fatal situations across dozens of episodes and simply moved past the deaths. Characters the audience had reasons to care about, who had accumulated specific identities through multiple appearances, who contributed something specific to Springfield's texture, gone, acknowledged briefly, replaced by the continuing presence of everyone else. This is not unusual for a long-running show. Long-running shows lose characters for many reasons, including the deaths or departures of the performers who voice them. Adjustment is normal and expected. What is unusual is the specific distribution of who dies in Springfield and how. The characters who die in Springfield's main canonical timeline tend to be the ones who, through their specific role in the community or their specific relationship to the town's power structures, might otherwise eventually become voices of inconvenient clarity about what's happening there. Characters who push against the system. Characters who occupy roles that would naturally produce resistance to the status quo. Characters who, in the accumulated reality of Springfield's contaminated and controlled environment, represent the category of person whose continued presence is most disruptive to the machinery Burns has built. These characters die with a frequency that, when you compile it, starts to look like more than the statistical background rate of a town this size. This could be coincidence. The show is 36 seasons long and has employed many voice actors and produced many storylines. Coincidences accumulate over that time frame. Or it could be the show's most subtle, ongoing argument, that Springfield is not merely a system that maintains its control through chemical contamination and economic dependency and collective denial. That at the extreme end of the control mechanism, when other methods are insufficient, Springfield is a place where the people who challenge the system stop being present. The human skeletons in the plant's basement are the most explicit version of this argument. Human remains in a nuclear facility, presented as a single inventory item on a safety inspection report, never explained, never investigated, never named. Those were people. Whatever they knew or saw or said or were about to say, they ended up in the basement of Burns's facility, and nobody in Springfield asked why. Section 16. The show that knows what it is? We've been in Springfield for a long time tonight. Long enough that the distinction between describing the show and being inside it has started to blur a little at the edges. That's the right condition for this final passage, because the last thing worth discussing is the one that sits underneath everything else. Not a theory about Springfield, a theory about The Simpsons itself. The show knows what it is, not in a passive way. Not in the sense that every creative work reflects its maker's assumptions and circumstances without anyone intending it. The Simpsons has been, at specific moments across its run, actively, deliberately, flagrantly honest about the nature of the enterprise in which it is engaged. The fourth wall breaks, the meta-references, the episodes where characters acknowledge that they are characters in a television show, the writers have done this enough times, with enough consistency and craft, that it cannot be attributed to isolated moments of cleverness. There is a pattern, and the pattern argues for a show that has been in continuous conversation with itself about what it actually is and what it is actually doing. The Simpsons is a show about the American family. It is also a show about what American culture does to families. These are not the same show, and for 36 years, the writers have been telling both stories simultaneously, using the comedy register to carry the second story inside the first one. The comedy register is not a limitation. It is a form of protection. The same ideas, presented as drama, as documentary, as journalism, would be subject to the full pressure that power structures apply to accurate criticism. Burns as a real industrial billionaire, and his real facility, and its real violations, and its real effects on its real surrounding community, would be subject to legal scrutiny, corporate pressure, advertiser withdrawal, and the various forms of suppression that wealthy institutions use against documentation of their behavior. But Burns as a cartoon, Burns as a beloved comedic villain, Burns as the source of 36 years of jokes that the audience finds reassuring and funny and familiar. Burns in that register is protected. The truth the show tells about what he represents can be distributed to millions of viewers every week without anyone applying the mechanisms usually deployed against criticism of industrial power. The show understands this. It has understood it from very early in its run. And it has used the protection of the comedy register to say, across hundreds of episodes spanning more than 3 decades, exactly what is happening in Springfield. It told you the water was contaminated. It told you the safety inspector was incapable. It told you the billionaire would live forever if his money could arrange it. It told you the town had voted to make the truth illegal. It told you the most powerful person in the family was the one nobody was watching. It told you the system would absorb the accurate critic and the righteous neighbor and the good mother and keep running. It told you all of this, continuously, in yellow cartoon form, on a major network, to an audience of millions. And the audience laughed, and the show kept running, which is, in its way, the most Springfield-like thing The Simpsons has ever done. It told the truth in a room full of people, and the room agreed, without quite realizing it was agreeing, to treat what it heard as entertainment. The Springfield Compact applied to the show itself. The audience watching the show about collective denial while enacting collective denial about the show. It is either the most sophisticated piece of cultural commentary produced in the television era, or it is a cartoon about a yellow family that has been running for a very long time. Both of these things are true simultaneously. Springfield keeps that kind of contradiction in operation. It always has. Section 17, the things Springfield never resolved. Sleep is close now if you've been following this from the beginning. The room is darker, the sounds are quieter. Whatever pulled at you today has receded to the distance that night, puts between the day's demands and the place where you actually are. Let this section drift over you like the end of something. There are mysteries in The Simpsons that the show introduced deliberately and then walked away from. Not the floating mysteries that get maintained through the season-to-season reset. Specific, planted questions that the show posed and then never answered. Dropped threads that, when you pull them, turn out to still be attached to something. The first is the question of where Maggie's intelligence actually comes from. We've discussed the radiation theory. We've discussed the coma theory's reading of her as Homer's projected hope for his youngest child. But the show has also, in specific episodes, implied that Maggie's extraordinary cognitive capabilities were present from the beginning in a way that predates any Springfield influence. As though she came to the contamination zone already different, already measuring, already aware in a way that the environment merely shaped rather than created? If that's true, then the question of Maggie's origin is the show's most genuinely unanswered mystery. Not where Springfield is, not who shot Burns, not how Burns is still alive. Those have theories with real supporting evidence. Maggie's fundamental nature, the why of it, is something the show gestures toward and then consistently, deliberately retreats from. She is different because she is different. The show offers no deeper explanation. It just keeps placing her in scenes and letting you see the intelligence work, and then putting the pacifier back in place and moving on. That refusal to explain her is itself a statement. Maggie exists as the show's irresolvable question. The thing it poses and never answers, because answering it would require committing to a version of Springfield that the floating timeline won't allow. The second unresolved mystery is the nature of Homer and Burns' relationship at its foundation. Burns cannot remember Homer's name. This is one of the show's most reliable recurring comedy beats. Homer has worked directly under Burns for decades. He is Burns' employee in the most direct daily sense. Burns has interacted with Homer in enough situations that the inability to recall his name is, by any realistic standard, impossible rather than merely unlikely. Burns remembers everything else. He has the detailed memory of a century of events and relationships. He remembers the faces of people he met once in 1929. He remembers the specific details of transactions conducted before most of his current employees were born. He cannot remember Homer's name. The radiation theory's explanation for this is the standard one. Burns cannot remember Homer's name because not remembering serves his purposes. A billionaire who treats his employees as anonymous instruments of production maintains the psychological architecture of total dominance more effectively than one who bothers to learn their names. Not remembering is a choice that is then maintained as policy. But there is another reading. Burns cannot remember Homer's name, because Homer is the one thing in Burns's world that his memory refuses to hold. Not because Homer is insignificant, because Homer is the element of Burns's world that his conscience, to whatever vestigial extent it operates, cannot fully incorporate. Homer is the product of everything Burns has done: the abandoned mother, the silenced father, the contaminated environment, the crayon brain and the failed safety inspection, and the ongoing violation of 342 standards that exist specifically to prevent what's happening to Homer from happening to anyone. Burns looks at Homer and sees the consequence of his choices personified, and his mind, even his extraordinary, century-old, radiation-maintained mind, cannot hold that name. Cannot hold the name of the man whose life he shaped without ever quite deciding to shape it. That is not a theory the show endorses. But it is the reading the evidence supports when you hold all of it together in one place. The third unresolved mystery is the simplest and the most persistent. Why did Marge stay? The show has produced dozens of episodes examining the Simpsons' marriage, exploring its tensions and its warmth and its specific dynamic of an exceptional woman and an ordinary man finding in each other what neither could have named in advance. Homer is not what any rational analysis of Marge's options would have recommended. He is not ambitious, not reliable, not careful, not attentive in the ways that the first conversation about what Marge needs would have prioritized, and she chose him. And she keeps choosing him, and across 36 seasons of the show providing ample canonical justification for any different choice, she has not made one. The radiation theory doesn't fully explain this. The coma theory explains it the most cleanly, because if everything is Homer's dream, then Marge stays, because Homer needs her to stay, and his dreaming brain will not produce a version of Marge that leaves. But that explanation is too clean. It flattens Marge into a product of Homer's wish rather than a person who made a choice. The most honest answer the show has produced, buried in the texture of hundreds of episodes rather than stated directly, is that Marge stays because she sees Homer. Not the Homer that Springfield sees, the incompetent employee, and the terrible safety inspector, and the man who caused at least 3 significant nuclear events. The Homer that is underneath all of that. The Homer who is desperately, genuinely, in his limited and often expressed and imperfect way, trying to be what the people he loves need him to be. She stays because she can see that he is trying. And in Springfield, in a town where the system is designed to make effort futile, where the radiation and the corruption and the collective denial ensure that individual striving rarely produces the outcomes it reaches for, the trying itself is not nothing. It is, in fact, everything. It is the thing about Homer Simpson that no theory accounts for adequately. Not the physics-defying survivals, or the plot-convenient incompetence, or the dreaming man in a hospital bed emotional logic. The trying. Homer Simpson has tried to be a good husband and a good father in circumstances specifically designed to prevent that from working. He has failed at those efforts consistently and spectacularly, and then he has gotten up the next morning and tried again. That is not what a dead man dreams. That is not what a contaminated man does by reflex. That is not what a conspiracy produces in its most useful tool. That is what a person does. A limited, damaged, yellow, four-fingered person. In a cracked and contaminated town, under a billionaire's thumb, with a crayon in his brain and a flat line on his medical history. He tried. Marge saw that he tried, and she stayed. Section 18. The supporting cast and what they reveal. Let your eyes rest. Let whatever images come, come. We've spent most of tonight with the Simpson family at the center, which is where the show places them and where most discussion of it naturally lands. But there is an entire world operating in Springfield, outside the yellow house on Evergreen Terrace. A supporting cast that has accumulated over 36 seasons into something closer to a complete sociology of a small American town than any other fictional universe in television history. And the supporting cast, when you look at it through the lens of everything we've discussed tonight, is the show's most comprehensive argument. Every major recurring character in Springfield is either a product of the contamination or a product of the system that maintains the contamination, or both. Every one of them illustrates, from a different angle, the same fundamental set of forces that shape everything in this town. Chief Wiggum, Ralph Wiggum's father, Springfield's chief of police, the man responsible for the basic functioning of Springfield's legal and criminal justice infrastructure. Wiggum is incompetent in a way that is distinctive even by Springfield standards. His incompetence is not Homer's crayon-mediated cognitive limitation. Homer fails at safety inspection because he cannot sustain the kind of analytical attention that the job requires. Wiggum fails at policing because he has reorganized his professional identity around avoiding the aspects of policing that would require him to confront the town's actual sources of harm. Wiggum investigates the wrong crimes. He pursues the wrong suspects. He closes cases that shouldn't be closed and declines to open cases that obviously should be. His relationship with the rule of law is aesthetic rather than functional. He wears the uniform and carries the badge and parks the car in the fire lane and presents himself as a law enforcement officer without performing any of the functions that would make law enforcement in Springfield meaningful. If you wanted to design a police chief who would ensure that the most important investigations never happened, who would absorb complaints and misdirect attention and ensure that the documented violations of the most powerful figure in town never reached the point of legal consequence, you would design Wiggum. Whether he was designed for this purpose or found his way into this role through the same combination of contamination-mediated cognitive impairment and economic dependency that manages everyone else in Springfield is something the show leaves ambiguous. Either way, he functions exactly as the system requires him to function. Burns operates freely. 342 violations stand unchallenged by any law enforcement investigation. The human skeletons in the plant basement remain uninvestigated. The radioactive waste in the water supply is not the subject of any criminal inquiry. Wiggum is the reason. The blue wall in Springfield isn't metaphorical police corruption. It is a man who is constitutively incapable of doing his job properly, placed in the exact position where his incapacity does the most damage to the possibility of accountability. Principal Skinner, or Armin Tamzarian, the person the town decided to call Seymour Skinner. We've discussed the Tamzarian case at length. But there is something about Skinner's specific professional situation that carries beyond the identity theft into the show's broader commentary on institutional education. Skinner runs Springfield Elementary. He is the administrator responsible for the environment in which the town's children receive their formation. The school that his administration presides over is underfunded, poorly equipped, chronically short of resources, and subject to the specific indignity of having had its oil well windfall extracted by Burns before any of it could be used for educational purposes. Skinner accepts this. He manages within the constraints without challenging their source. He writes grants for slightly better classroom materials and fights with Superintendent Chalmers about budget allocations and navigates the specific bureaucratic maze of public school administration while never addressing the fact that the most direct and most adequate solution to the school's chronic underfunding would be to hold accountable the man who took the school's money. He is a man who stole a different man's life and then used that life to serve a system that stole from children. The Tamzarian reveal doesn't make Skinner more sympathetic or less sympathetic. It makes him more understandable. A man who has been living inside a fiction he constructed for himself, serving a community with no right to lead it, has every professional incentive to avoid any confrontation with the larger fictions that community is maintaining. You cannot expose Burns from inside the system Burns has built if the only leverage you have is a name that isn't yours. So, Skinner manages. He does the job within the parameters available. He keeps the school running, imperfectly, inadequately, but running because the alternative is acknowledging that the system has never allocated the resources needed to run it properly, and the alternative to that acknowledgement is the confrontation that a man living under an assumed identity cannot afford. Apu Nahasape Mapedalon, the proprietor of the Quick E-Mart on the corner near the Simpsons house, the show's most commercially observed detail of Springfield's economic ecosystem, Homer's most direct relationship to the retail economy of his town. Apu's specific position in Springfield's social structure is the show's most pointed commentary on the experience of immigrants in American small-town economies. He works extraordinary hours. He provides extraordinary service. He maintains his business to a standard that his customers rarely acknowledge and would notice instantly if it declined. He is formally educated at a level that substantially exceeds the requirements of his current occupation, and that Springfield's social structure provides no mechanism for him to deploy in a different direction. He is, within the logic of Springfield's contaminated economy, exactly where he is supposed to be, providing an essential service to the population that depends on him, contributing his capability and his education and his extraordinary work ethic to an enterprise that benefits the community without providing him any pathway to the kind of stability that his contributions would justify in a different system. Apu is not a product of the radiation. His story is different from the town's existing population, but his situation illuminates the same dynamics from a different angle. Springfield's economic structure, built on the monopoly power of Burns's plant and the dependency that monopoly creates, produces environments where extraordinary capability gets channeled into exactly the service roles the community needs, without generating the kind of upward mobility that capability is supposed to produce in America's official self-image. The Quickie Mart is always open. It is always there when Homer needs it at 2 in the morning. Apu is always behind the counter. The community depends on this without ever quite thinking about what it costs the person providing it. Professor Frink. Springfield's scientific figure, the person in town whose professional expertise most directly qualifies him to understand what the plant is doing to the environment. The person who has the knowledge to conduct the water test that would confirm the contamination. The person who has the analytical framework to connect Blinky's third eye to the radiation discharge records and produce the kind of documented causal chain that would give a legitimate regulatory investigation something to work with. Frink is a genius. He is also, within Springfield's social structure, completely ineffective. His expertise is consistently misapplied. His inventions consistently malfunction. His warnings consistently go unheeded. His direct engagement with the scientific questions that Springfield's environment poses is consistently redirected toward less threatening subjects. The show plays this as comedy. Frink is the eccentric scientist whose brilliance keeps finding outlets in the wrong directions, whose capacity exceeds his focus, whose genius is too scattered to ever land with sufficient force on any particular problem. But under the theory that Springfield's system actively manages the suppression of information threatening to Burns's operations, Frink represents an interesting case study. He is not cognitively limited the way Homer is. His brain is working. His intelligence is real and extraordinary, and the show has consistently demonstrated that Frink can produce genuine analytical insight when he applies himself. And yet, he never quite produces the insight that would matter most. He never conducts the water study. He never publishes the radiation analysis. He never turns his extraordinary scientific capacity directly and persistently at the question of what the plant is doing to Springfield's biology. Whether this is because Frink's genius is genuinely too scattered to land on any specific problem for long, whether it is because the economic infrastructure that would fund that kind of research is controlled by the person who would be most damaged by the results, whether it is because Springfield's social environment has developed subtle mechanisms for ensuring that the people most capable of documenting the contamination never quite focus long enough to complete the documentation. The show doesn't resolve which of these is true, but it has maintained Frink's ineffectiveness as a consistent characteristic for 36 seasons, while simultaneously establishing his genuine, extraordinary capacity. That combination, brilliant and persistently ineffective at exactly the problems that most need brilliant attention, is Springfield's scientific situation in one character. Sideshow Bob. Not in his role as Bart's nemesis, which is well documented and well theorized in its own right. In his role as Springfield's most vivid illustration of what the system does to genuine intelligence directed against the wrong targets. Bob is extraordinarily intelligent. He is cultured, educated, strategically capable, and operationally gifted at the specific kinds of planning and execution that his consistent attempts to eliminate Bart require. He is, in pure cognitive terms, probably the most capable adult male in Springfield outside of Burns himself. He has spent decades trying to kill a child. That is the system at work. An extraordinary mind, one that in a different environment and different circumstances might have produced something meaningful, has been channeled entirely into an obsession with one specific, personally originating grievance. Every unit of Bob's capability has been recruited into the project of eliminating Bart Simpson. Springfield didn't create this misdirection. Bob's history with Bart and Krusty precedes his connection to Springfield's contamination dynamics in any direct sense. But the system maintains it. The system provides the conditions under which a brilliant man with an obsession finds no other outlet for his capability, under which his intelligence is not recruited into the kinds of organized resistance that might challenge the power structure, under which his repeated imprisonments maintain the pretense that Springfield's justice system functions. Bob is Springfield's proof that intelligence without the right direction is not a threat to the system. It is, in fact, useful to it. A brilliant man who spends his intelligence trying to hurt a child is not spending that intelligence on anything that threatens Burns. His obsession contains his capability in the safest possible form. Springfield keeps Bob's obsession running because Bob's obsession keeps Bob occupied. The Lovejoys. Reverend Timothy Lovejoy and his wife Helen, Springfield's official representatives of organized religious life. The people to whom the community theoretically turns for moral guidance, for the framing of ethical questions, for the articulation of values that should operate as a counterweight to the purely economic imperatives that Burns has built the town's foundations on. Lovejoy is not a bad person in the way Burns is a bad person. He is not malicious. He is something perhaps more dangerous in a civic sense. He is a religious leader who has been gradually, over years of working in Springfield's specific environment, talked out of his idealism by the accumulated weight of parishioners who want pastoral comfort rather than moral challenge. The show depicts this directly in an episode where Lovejoy describes his early ministry with evident nostalgic sadness. He was once someone who believed that his faith gave him both the authority and the obligation to speak clearly about injustice, to name it, to challenge his congregation to respond to it. That version of Lovejoy is described in past tense. The current Lovejoy has been replaced by someone who provides the formal structure of religious life, the services and the sermons, and the appropriate ceremonial language for births and deaths and marriages, without the substance. Someone who has found that his congregation is most satisfied when they leave church feeling confirmed in their existing views rather than challenged toward different ones. Springfield's religious infrastructure, like its legal infrastructure and its educational infrastructure and its scientific infrastructure, has been gradually repurposed away from the functions that would produce challenges to the system and toward the functions that reinforce the existing order. The church tells you to forgive, not to resist, to accept, not to organize, to find peace in your circumstances, not to examine the source of them. Ned Flanders follows this instruction perfectly. He has the most complete, most sustained, most exhausting faith in Springfield. And it produces exactly the outcome that a faith system oriented toward acceptance rather than resistance produces in a person living under unjust conditions. It keeps him quiet. Mo Sislak. The bar. The dark room. The place where Springfield's male population goes when the weight of their circumstances exceeds their capacity to process it through any available legitimate channel. Moe's Tavern is not incidental to Springfield's psychology. It is a core infrastructure element. It is where the psychological pressure that builds through the week, in the plant and in the school, and in the retirement home, and on the roads and in the homes, finds its managed release. Moe himself is a more complex figure than he is usually credited with being. He is presented as a supporting character, a background element of Homer's social world. But the show has periodically made space for a version of Moe that is as complicated and as self-aware as anyone in Springfield. Moe knows what his bar is. He knows that the people who drink there are not doing it for recreation or socialization in the conventional sense. He knows that Homer's relationship with Moe's is, in part, a relationship with the specific relief that alcohol provides from the cognitive dissonance of Homer's situation, the job he can't do and can't leave, the family he loves and can't quite reach in the ways he wants to reach them, the contaminated environment he can't recognize as contaminated. Moe provides the release valve. The bar is where the pressure vents without the venting producing any action that would challenge its source. Men come in feeling something like rage or despair or the accumulated weight of a life that isn't quite the life they understood they were agreeing to. They drink. The feeling modulates. They go home. They come back. The system is served. The pressure vents. The next day, the plant runs the same, the violations persist the same, the water is contaminated the same, and Homer is back at the console sleeping through the warning lights the same. Moe's is essential to Springfield's maintenance, not despite the drinking, because of it. A population that vents its frustration into alcohol doesn't organize, doesn't file complaints, doesn't contact the EPA, doesn't ask about the skeletons, it goes to Moe's. It tells the same stories, it orders the same drinks, it drifts home to the same houses and the same families and the same contaminated morning, and starts the same cycle again. The complete picture of Springfield's supporting cast is the complete picture of a system in operation. Every institution in the town, legal, educational, scientific, religious, commercial, social, serves the same function, absorbs the population's energy and returns it in forms that don't threaten the source of the contamination, provides just enough of what people need, just enough justice, just enough education, just enough community to prevent the accumulation of the kind of sustained, organized despair that produces genuine challenge to the infrastructure of the place. And at the center of it all, in his mansion on the hill, Burns maintains his schedule, takes his weekly treatment, reviews his investments, watches the lights of Springfield through his window and notes, with the satisfaction of someone who has been doing this for over a century, that everything is running as designed. The safety inspector is asleep at his console. The police chief is parked in the wrong place. The principal is maintaining a fiction. The reverend is providing comfort without challenge. The bartender is managing the pressure valve. The scientist is distracted by the wrong problems. Everything is exactly where it needs to be. Section 918. A final quiet conversation with Springfield. The night has gone deep. You've been here for a long time. Longer than you expected, probably, when you pressed play and settled in and let the voice begin. Or maybe you've been in and out, drifting in the particular way that late-night listening allows, where sections are heard and then released and then the voice is still there when you resurface, still describing the same town, the same family, the same impossible persisting mystery of a cartoon that has been broadcasting continuously for longer than most of its audience has been alive. Either way, you're here now, in whatever state the night has brought you to. Let me say a few things before we go to sleep. Springfield is a fictional town. The Simpsons is a television show. The theories we've discussed tonight are not, most of them, endorsed by the people who make the show. They are the accumulated intellectual effort of people who loved the show enough to look at it very closely for a very long time, who found, in the act of looking closely, that the show had been rewarding that kind of attention the whole time. That is not nothing. A show that rewards serious attention across 36 years and nearly 800 episodes is a show that is doing something more than occupying time. The Simpsons has been, since its first season, one of the most intelligent things on American television. Not intelligent in the way that dramas with prestige credentials are intelligent, with their visible seriousness and their cinematographic weight. Intelligent in the way that comedy has always been intelligent, from Shakespeare forward. Saying the true thing in a register that lets the powerful hear it without feeling directly addressed, describing the actual shape of the system from inside the system, in language the system can't easily prosecute, building, over decades of accumulated episodes, a portrait of American life that is simultaneously funnier and more devastating than anything the show has ever claimed to be. The radiation theory is real in the sense that the show built its evidence carefully and placed it where it could be found. The coma theory is real in the sense that it explains the show's emotional architecture with a precision that the official cartoon logic explanation doesn't quite match. Burns's immortality is real in the sense that the show has documented it across dozens of episodes with a consistency that goes well beyond background detail. And the Simpson family is real in the sense that they have been present, in some form, in the lives of the people watching for 36 years. Real in the sense that Homer's trying, and Marge's staying, and Bart's permanent adolescent defiance, and Lisa's relentless accuracy, and Maggie's patient watchfulness, have all become genuine points of reference for the people who've grown up with them. That is what we mean when we say a fictional family becomes real, not that they exist outside the screen, that they exist inside the people who watch them, that their emotional logic has been internalized by an audience that has lived with them long enough to recognize them as a kind of kin. You grew up with The Simpsons, or you came to them later and found them already woven into the culture, or you are coming to them now through conversations like this one. Wherever you are on that timeline, you carry some piece of Springfield with you, some memory of a specific episode, Some character whose specific combination of flaws and warmth you recognize from your own experience of other people. Some joke that made you laugh in a way that also, if you examined it, made you sad. That's the show. That's all of it. The theories and the mysteries and the 36 years and the yellow skin and the four fingers and the cracked cooling tower and the coma and Burns and Maggie and the tried and stayed at the heart of the marriage. It's a cartoon about a family in a fictional American town. It's also everything else we've been describing for the past few hours. Both of those things are true. Springfield keeps that kind of contradiction in comfortable, permanent operation. There is one final image worth carrying into sleep. It comes from an episode called Homer versus Patty and Selma from season 6. Homer has made a terrible financial decision. The family is broke. He has been reduced, temporarily, to working as a limousine driver to make ends meet while hiding the situation from Marge. The episode is a comedy about humiliation and pretense, and the specific, anxious energy of trying to maintain a face while the situation behind it deteriorates. But there is a moment in the episode, quiet, brief, not the focus of any scene, where Homer is driving the limousine through Springfield at night. The city is lit up around him. The plant is visible on the hill. Evergreen Terrace is somewhere in the middle distance. And Homer's face, just for a moment, in the reflection in the windshield, shows something that isn't part of the comedy register. Something that sits underneath the episode's humiliation and anxiety. He's home, not in the particular house, not with Marge and the kids at that exact moment. But in Springfield, in the town he's lived his whole life, driving through the streets he knows in the particular warm way you know the streets of the place you grew up. Whatever the contamination is doing to him, whatever the coma theory says about the status of his consciousness, whatever Burns arranged for the Simpson family across 3 generations, he's here, he's alive, in whatever sense the theories permit. He's in a city full of people who are damaged in the same ways he's damaged, and who keep showing up for each other anyway, in the limited, imperfect ways that damaged people in contaminated towns do. He's home. And when you're home, even if home is a contamination zone with an immortal billionaire at the top of it and a population too cognitively impaired to fully understand its own situation, you're home. Sleep well. Springfield will be here when you come back. It always is. Section 20. What the Golden Age was actually about. There is a specific conversation that happens among Simpsons fans with the reliability of a seasonal event. The conversation about the Golden Age. Seasons 3 through 8, mostly. Some would extend it as far as season 10, others ended at season 6. The parameters shift depending on who you ask, but the general claim is consistent. There was a period in The Simpsons where the show was doing something it has never quite recaptured, something that felt different. That felt, in a word, the show itself would have complicated, better. The Golden Age conversation is usually framed in terms of writing quality. The jokes were sharper, the emotional storytelling was more grounded, the plots were more coherent, the characters were more consistent with their established natures. These are all accurate observations, and they all point to real craft differences between the show's middle period and its later seasons. But the Golden Age also had a specific emotional quality that is harder to name than joke density or plot coherence. A quality of genuine risk. The sense that the show was willing to go somewhere real, to land on something that wasn't just funny but true, in ways that required courage from a comedy in the commercial context of a major network in the 1990s. The emotional courage of the Golden Age is most visible in the episodes that are most remembered. Not the funniest episodes, the ones that stayed. Homer's Enemy. Season 8, Episode 23. Frank Grimes. Frank Grimes is a man who grew up poor, without the advantages that other people had, and worked harder than almost anyone in Springfield to build a professional life through sustained personal effort and genuine acquired competence. He was good at his job. He understood his field. He prepared, he showed up, he did the work with the seriousness that the work required. He was hired at the nuclear plant and placed near Homer. The episode is a portrait of what Homer's continued employment, his survival in a position he cannot do, actually costs in the real world. Frank Grimes looks at Homer and sees something the show usually keeps in the background. He sees the injustice of it. A man who does not deserve to have what he has, who maintains his position through charm and luck and the specific protection of having an owner who benefits from his incompetence, who faces no consequences for failures that would end anyone else's career. Grimes cannot accept this. His sense of the world, built on the premise that effort and competence produce outcomes, that the system rewards the people who do the work, cannot absorb Homer's existence. He fights it, he exposes it. He tries to make Homer face the consequences that Homer's situation should logically produce. And it destroys him. Not Burns, not the system, Frank Grimes himself. He snaps. He imitates Homer in a manic breakdown, mimicking Homer's careless approach in a situation that requires genuine care, and he dies from the consequences. The town barely registers his death. Homer snores at the funeral. The episode is one of the most bleak things the show has ever produced. Not because Frank Grimes is an unsympathetic character. He is sympathetic. He is the most rational person in the episode. Every grievance he has about Homer is accurate. Every observation he makes about the injustice of Homer's situation is correct. But correctness in Springfield is not protection. The radiation theory's explanation for Grimes's fate is the bluntest. He came into the contamination zone from outside, brought his outside world epistemology with him, and the contamination zone's social immune system rejected him. He didn't get to absorb Springfield's specific kind of damage gradually, the way the town's born residents do. He hit it all at once, and it broke him. The system didn't need to target Grimes. It didn't need to arrange anything against him. It just needed to be what it was and wait for him to push against it hard enough. And he did. Because Frank Grimes was the kind of person who pushes against things that should be pushed against. And Springfield is not a place where that tends to end well. The episode Bart Sells His Soul. Season 7, Episode 4. A very different kind of episode, but one that belongs in the same conversation about what the Golden Age was willing to examine. Bart, in a cynical adolescent mood, decides that the soul is a fiction and sells his to Milhouse for $5. The episode tracks the consequences of this transaction, which are not dramatic in the traditional sense. Bart doesn't become possessed. He doesn't lose his personality. He doesn't become visibly different in any way that Springfield notices. But he becomes lonely in a way that the show renders with extraordinary precision. Automatic doors don't open for him. Animals don't respond to him. The experience of being in the world, of occupying a living body in a space full of other living things, acquires a flatness that isn't pain exactly, but is an absence where connection used to be. He is present in Springfield, and something about his presence there has changed in a way that nobody can see but that he can feel constantly. The episode's resolution is the thing that stays. Lisa, who has been watching her brother suffer in a way she can name before he can, buys his soul back from the trading card cycle it passed through after Milhouse. And she presents it to him with genuine tenderness, wrapped in something she made, and tells him she was afraid he wouldn't get it back in time. In time for what, the show doesn't specify. The implications are allowed to stay open. It's a cartoon episode about a 10-year-old boy selling his soul to his friend for $5. And it's also the most direct thing the show has ever said about what isolation costs. About the specific loss that happens when you decide, in the cynical mode that adolescence makes available, that the things that connect you to the world are fictions you can opt out of. The Golden Age was willing to go there, to the soul, to the cost of disconnection, to the specific tenderness of a sister who knew what her brother had lost before he did. Summer of 4 Feet, 2. Season 7, Episode 25. Lisa, at a summer house in another town, tries to build a social identity that doesn't lead with her intelligence. She is tired of being the girl who corrects people. She wants to be liked. She experiments, successfully, with presenting herself as someone who is fun and easy and interested in other people's interests, and she makes friends. Real ones. And Bart, who processes his sister's new social success through a lens of complex sibling feeling that isn't quite jealousy and isn't quite protectiveness and is something the show doesn't name, sets out to expose her. He shows her new friends the yearbook, the evidence of who she actually is, the record of her academic achievements and her serious public persona, and her new friends read the yearbook, and they don't leave. They come to the beach the next day. They bring Lisa's scientific fact book, which she had been hiding because it was too Lisa, and they have written their names in it. Not because Lisa's intelligence is endearing. Because they came to know Lisa through her ease and warmth and curiosity, and the intelligence that the yearbook documents is just more information about a person they already like. The episode is the show's fullest expression of its thesis about Lisa. Her intelligence is not her obstacle. Springfield is her obstacle. Springfield punishes her intelligence because Springfield is a system that punishes accuracy. But the wider world, the world outside the contamination zone, is capable of receiving Lisa as she is and finding her worth keeping. The Golden Age was willing to make that distinction explicit. To show Lisa experiencing something outside Springfield's dynamics and surviving it as herself, the tragedy the episode plants quietly is that the summer ends. Lisa goes back to Springfield. Back to the school where her intelligence makes her lonely. Back to the environment that would rather she was quieter. She carries the signed book with her. But she goes back. These episodes and the dozens like them scattered through the Golden Age share a specific quality. They are willing to be sad in a way that doesn't resolve easily. They are willing to land somewhere real and stay there for a moment before the comedy rhythm reasserts itself. The Golden Age isn't just better jokes. It's deeper honesty. And the theories we've spent tonight with, the contamination and the coma and the conspiracy and the denial, they all point back to this quality as the thing Springfield most suppresses. Honesty, the willingness to look at what's actually there and say something true about it. The Golden Age did this in episode after episode. Frank Grimes told the truth about Homer, and it destroyed him. Lisa told the truth about her intelligence, and Springfield pushed her to the margins. Bart sold his soul, and the show told the truth about what that costs. The later seasons lost this quality. The theories about why differ. The coma theory says Homer's brain got worse and the dream got looser, and the emotional courage of the Golden Age couldn't be sustained by a declining neurological state. The radiation theory says the exposure's effects accumulated further, and the cognitive impairment that was always present deepened to the point where the show's emotional honesty became harder to access. Or simply the pressures of 36 seasons of network television, the accumulated weight of commercial success and audience expectation, and the difficulty of maintaining a consistent emotional vision across hundreds of writers and decades of production took their toll. All of those are true in their own register. But the Golden Age exists. It is permanent. It cannot be unmade by the seasons that followed it. Somewhere in the archive, Frank Grimes is still telling the truth. Lisa is still reading the signed book on the beach. Bart is still holding his soul in a thing his sister made. The Golden Age is the version of Springfield where honesty was still possible. Where the contamination hadn't quite completed its work. Where the dream, if it was a dream, was still close enough to waking that the dreamer could feel the difference between the comfortable fiction and the uncomfortable truth. That version of the show exists. It will always exist. And it is, in every sense that matters, home. Section 21. The stories that never finished. There are several storylines in The Simpsons that began with genuine dramatic weight and then simply stopped. Not resolved. Stopped. Mid-arc, with the thread still live, the question still open, the character still suspended in the position the episode placed them in. These stops are different from Springfield's episodic reset. The reset is the mechanism by which the show returns to equilibrium after an episode's disruption. These stops are something else. They are cases where a story was building towards somewhere the show either couldn't follow or decided not to follow, and the decision to stop was made quietly and the thread was simply set down. Maggie's development is the most significant of these, but we've addressed it at length. The others are worth naming. Sideshow Bob's Children. The show introduced Bob's son, establishing that Bob had a family, a wife, a domestic life outside his obsession with Bart, and then almost nothing was done with this. The son appeared, the wife appeared, and the show moved past them, back to the standard Sideshow Bob format. The existence of Bob's family was noted and then filed away without any sustained engagement with what it meant for his character or his obsession, or the question of whether the things that drove him had a source. The show was capable of addressing at depth the question of whether Homer's father, Abe, knows everything the show implies he knows about Burns. Multiple episodes circle this territory. The deal between Abe and Burns over Homer's employment, the shared wartime service, the $1 trillion bill. Every time the show approaches the full weight of what Abe holds, it retreats into comedy. The revelation is gestured toward, and then the joke lands, and the episode ends, and Abe is back in the retirement home next week, telling his stories that nobody listens to, carrying something heavy that the show has never fully unpacked. The question of what Springfield actually does to the people who try to leave. The show has depicted characters leaving Springfield and characters returning. It has rarely engaged seriously with the experience of departure. The town functions as a gravitational field. Characters leave and return with the inevitability of something pulled back by forces stronger than intention. The mechanism of this pull is never fully examined. Whether it's economic dependency, whether it's the cognitive impairment that makes the world outside Springfield feel overwhelming rather than liberating, whether the floating timeline itself, the permanent present that Springfield maintains, makes time outside Springfield feel discontinuous in ways that make return feel like the only way to recover the thread of the self. None of these stories finished. They are sitting somewhere in the middle of what they were becoming, waiting for a show that stopped moving in the directions they required. This is, in its way, the final theory. The show itself is a stopped story. The Simpsons knows where it is going. It has shown you, in flash forwards and what-if episodes, and the occasional moment of genuine temporal courage, exactly who these characters would be if the floating timeline were released. Who Bart becomes, who Lisa becomes, what kind of old age Homer and Marge would share, what Maggie finally says. The show knows. The writers know. The characters, in whatever sense fictional characters can be said to know anything, know. And the show holds the story stopped at the point before any of that arrives. Because arriving means ending. Because ending means goodbye. And The Simpsons is a show that has been, for 36 years, refusing to say goodbye. Not out of cowardice. Not out of commercial calculation, though commercial calculation is certainly present. Out of the same stubbornness that Marge brings to her marriage, and Ned brings to his faith, and Lisa brings to her questions, and Homer brings to his trying. The refusal to let the story end is the show's most fundamental creative position. It is built into the floating timeline and the episodic reset and the immortal billionaire and the dream that never breaks. It is the structural expression of the same desire that Homer's coma theory gives its most emotionally direct form. We don't want to say goodbye. Not to this family, not to this town. Not to the specific warmth that Springfield has provided, in spite of everything, against all reasonable expectations, to the people who have spent their Friday nights and Sunday nights and late weeknights in that yellow living room with this damaged, contaminated, four-fingered, impossible family. We don't want it to end. And so it doesn't. Homer is still at the console, Marge is still in the kitchen, Bart is still 10, Lisa is still 8. Maggie is still watching with those enormous patient eyes. The plant is still on the hill, the loop is still running, and if you close your eyes right now, you can hear it, just at the edge of the quiet, the theme music, that specific bright brass melody that has been opening 36 seasons of American television, playing in the distance, like something familiar you almost remember, but never quite fully reach. You know the words, even though there aren't any. You know the couch gag, even though it changes every week. You know the family, even though they've never aged. You know Springfield, even though it doesn't exist on any map. You know it because you built part of it. Every person who has ever watched The Simpsons added something to what Springfield is. Their attention, their laughter, their memory of specific episodes, their particular relationship with specific characters, the piece of themselves that recognized something in Homer, or Marge, or Bart, or Lisa, or Maggie and held it and didn't let go. That's what 36 years of audience creates. A place made partly of the show and partly of the people who watched it. A place that exists in millions of private memories simultaneously, slightly different in each one, but recognizable across all of them. That's your Springfield. That's the one that matters. Good night. Section 22. The last things about Homer. One more thing before sleep. We've been careful tonight not to let the theories flatten Homer into a symbol, into a product of his circumstances, rather than a person inside them. The theories require you to hold the person and the mechanism simultaneously, because the mechanism becomes unbearable without the person, and the person becomes legible only through the mechanism. Homer is funny. That fact deserves its own paragraph, because the funniness is part of what makes him real, and the theories occasionally threaten to swallow it. Homer's particular kind of comedy, the physical energy of it, the specific way John Belushi's performance filtered through Dan Castellanetta's voice, filtered through 20 different writers' versions of the same basic characteristic, is deeply connected to something true about people who move through the world with less capacity than the world requires. There is a specific comedic energy that belongs to people who are not quite operating at the level the situation demands, who are slightly behind the beat, who reach for things and miss and reach again and sometimes get them. Homer's comedy is the comedy of that kind of person. Lovable precisely because the gap between his aspirations and his outcomes is so legible that you can see the aspiration underneath the failure and find it endearing rather than frustrating. You root for Homer because his trying is visible, even when his achieving isn't. That quality is present across 36 seasons and nearly 800 episodes. Whatever the writing staff's consistency issues, whatever the tonal shifts between seasons, whatever the floating timeline has done to the show's narrative coherence, Homer Simpson has remained himself. The aspirations and the failures and the specific way the failures don't quite break him have been maintained. He comes back. He always comes back. The last theory about Homer, the one that doesn't require radiation or coma or conspiracy, is the simplest one and the one most resistant to clever analysis. Homer loves his family, not cleverly, not strategically, not in a way that he has reasoned out or articulated, or that he could defend in any forum requiring coherent argumentation. He loves them the way certain people love, with a depth that exceeds their capacity to express or explain it. The ways damaged brain cannot fully access or process, but that operates underneath all of the processing anyway. He loves Marge. Across 36 seasons of evidence about what that love produces, across the fights and the disasters and the specific recurring failure modes of a marriage between a woman who sees clearly and a man who mostly can't, the love itself has never been in question. It runs under everything. It is the thing that Homer stays for, that he comes home for, that he is still trying to honor when the trying produces catastrophe. He loves his kids. He loves them badly and imperfectly and with an enormous percentage of his love expression going in wrong directions. He loves Lisa in ways that damage her precisely because she can see the love and can also see all the ways it falls short of what she needs. He loves Bart in ways that express themselves through strangling, which is the show's most sustained metaphor for the specific physical frustration of loving someone whose capacity for provocation consistently exceeds your patience. He loves Maggie with a simplicity that the show has always treated as the cleanest thing about him. Homer Simpson is not the point of The Simpsons. The point is the family. But Homer is the axis. The thing the family rotates around because Homer's love, imperfect and limited and radiation damaged and potentially coma generated, is the gravitational center of the household. Take Homer out and the family exists as a collection of extraordinary people who have no particular reason to stay near each other. Put Homer in, and they have something to organize around. Something warm and unreliable and embarrassing and genuine. The theories about Springfield explain the environment. They explain the system. They explain what Burns did and what the contamination did and what the collective denial does and what the floating timeline maintains. But they don't explain why the family feels like a family. That comes from somewhere the theories can't quite reach. From the specific, stubborn, irreducible fact of Homer's love for the people in that yellow house, that's The Simpsons. Everything else is Springfield. Let the night take you now. Wherever you are, in whatever position you've settled into in the hours since this began, let the body do what it wants to do. Let the thoughts do what they want to do. Let them take the shape the night gives them, which is always different from the shape they have in daylight, always a little looser, a little more willing to connect things that the daytime keeps separate. The Springfield nuclear power plant is on the hill. The Simpsons are on the couch, Burns is in the mansion, Maggie is watching, Homer is trying. And somewhere, in the specific warmth of a late night and a voice in a town you've known your whole life, you are almost asleep in a world that contains all of this. That's enough. That's everything. Good night from Springfield. A note on Springfield's colors. Before the final dark, one small thing worth naming: the yellow. Every resident of Springfield is yellow. We've discussed this as evidence of contamination, as the visible marker that distinguishes people inside the radiation zone from people outside it. That reading is supported by the evidence. The yellow skin stops at Springfield's borders, but the yellow is also something else, something that operates on a different frequency. Yellow is the color of warmth, of light, of the specific quality that certain late afternoons have when the sun is low and the day has been good and the light falls on a room in a way that makes everything in it look cherished. Yellow is the color of things that are kept because they are loved. The animators who designed The Simpsons' visual world chose yellow for the family and then for the whole town. They chose the color of warmth for a town built on contamination. The color of sunlight for a town where a billionaire tried to block out the sun. The contradiction is deliberate. Springfield is a contamination zone. And Springfield is also a warm place. In the specific way that home is warm, even when home is imperfect and compromised, and surrounded by things that would harm you if you looked directly at them. The yellow is the show's visual thesis statement. The warmth is real. The damage is real. They coexist in the same frame, in the same town, on the same faces. That's Springfield. Yellow and cracked and contaminated, and warm, just like home. The very last thing. In 1989, a network executive approved a show about a yellow family in a town called Springfield. The family was dysfunctional. The father was stupid. The son was delinquent. The mother was overlooked. The daughter was too smart for the world around her. The baby was silent. The network executive probably understood this as a cartoon. 36 seasons later, that decision has produced more hours of American cultural documentation than any other single show in the history of the medium. More observations about the shape of American life, about the experience of working-class families in industrial towns, about the relationship between institutional power and individual dignity, about what it costs to stay and what it costs to leave, and what it means to love someone badly and keep trying anyway. More of all of that than anyone in that meeting could have imagined. The show has been telling you something for 36 years. You've been listening. You just didn't know, maybe, quite what you were hearing. Tonight you know a little more. Take it with you. Leave Springfield now. Leave the cooling tower and the plant and Burns in his mansion and Homer at the console. Leave Maggie to her watching. Leave Ned to his faith. Leave Moe to his bar. But carry the yellow with you. The warmth that lives inside the contamination. The love that persists inside the damage. Carry Homer trying. That's everything.